Chapter 854. Middle stream cultivators were arrogant and conceited. Even a commoner would have a natural sense of superiority and look down on lower stream cultivators. Xiaoyang had no plans to become the king of the lower stream. Even if he wanted to go, he'd go to the middle stream. Even then, Xiaoyang didn't care about the middle stream. After all, Xiaoyang had been the greatest of all time in his past life. He'd experienced countless worlds, 3,000 small worlds, 3,000 medium worlds, 3,000 greater worlds, and even a single true world. A mere realm wasn't worth mentioning. Young sect head, you've subdued the celestial sect and the sun-moon-star sect. This is an unprecedented achievement and a great contribution to the poison sect's history. What's so strange about that? You'll inherit the position of sect head in the future and lead the poison sect to greater heights. Young sect head, don't say that no one blames you. In fact, we can't thank you enough. That's right, young sect head. It's all because of you that we've basked in your glory. At the very least, we'll be recorded in the history books. Haha, we can't thank you enough. Everyone in the hall echoed Xiaoyang's words. Xiaoyang looked embarrassed and apologetic. If you can forgive me for this, then what do you think I should do when I capture the Jigo sect's envoy, Sanji? Xiaoyang didn't have a better idea of how to deal with this matter. She wanted to toss this problem to the poison sect so they could think of a way to solve it. Sanji was a member of the Jigo sect, after all, and a rank 3 expert like Wu Zun. Now that they'd offended the Jigo sect, not even 10 poison sects would be enough to deal with them. What? Young sect head, you brought Sanji back? That's an envoy from the colossal Jigo sect. We're done for. Those who'd just learned of the situation paled in fright. Their eyes filled with terror and their bodies trembled. To them, the Jigo sect was an unsurpassable, undefeatable existence. On the other hand, the 3 elders, the sect leader, and the sect leader's wife, Ling Long, were surprisingly calm because they already knew about this situation. Don't be impatient. Everything has a solution. Young sect master actually threw this difficult problem to us. That means he thinks highly of us. How can we disappoint young sect master? Pavilion Lord Fo spoke slowly, trying to calm everyone down. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. They all calmed down and began to think hard. Someone suggested an apology and compensation. Someone suggested to kill him and end all troubles. Some people even suggested that, at worst, they could start a war with the Jigo sect. There were all sorts of suggestions, both useful and useless. In total, there were thousands of suggestions. Ling Long was very protective of Xiaoyang. Whenever someone suggested that Xiaoyang be wronged, she would immediately refute it, making that person not dare to say anything more. This made Xiaoyang very grateful. After arguing for the whole morning, there was still no conclusion. Xiaoyang suggested that they take a break and continue the discussion in the afternoon. Thus, he returned to the sect head's peak with his master and mistress. Disciple, there's no need to be afraid. Mistress will protect you. Even if the entire poison sect wants to hand you over, she won't abandon you. If worst comes to worst, we can just run away. Ling Long held Xiaoyang's hand and comforted him, afraid that Xiaoyang would be wronged. The sect leader revealed a helpless expression and coaxed. Wife, there's no need to be so dramatic. Things haven't gotten that far yet. He didn't want to see 2 of his closest family members leave the poison sect. What was the point of staying then? Still not? Look at you. The sect leader suggested handing over your disciple to pay with your life, but you didn't say a word. What do you mean? Are you going to hand over your disciple too? Let me tell you, there's no way. The gentle and virtuous Ling Long couldn't help but explode. She cursed the sect leader with all her might. The sect master didn't dare to retort and could only endure it. Xiaoyang felt some sympathy for his master. He was a henpecked husband, but it was a wonderful feeling. At least he had a domineering mistress to protect him. Someone was approaching from the distance. It was the hooligan Lan Jiaoye and the gentle and elegant Gu Qianshan. Big brother Xiaoyang, you're finally back. Cousin, humph, I thought you were fooling around outside and wouldn't come back. The two girls were full of resentment, like resentful women in their own homes. Xiaoyang felt a headache coming on. You're here? Your cultivation has risen again. Not bad, you've gotten prettier. Xiaoyang praised them. The two women immediately stopped complaining about Xiaoyang. Instead, they stood a step away from him and smiled narcissistically. They lowered their heads in embarrassment, and their faces were flushed red. There was nothing more delightful than being praised by her sweetheart in front of the boy she admired. Really? Big brother Xiaoyang. Gu Qianshan's heart skipped a beat. Lan Jiaoye smiled and said, At least you know your place, humph. In front of the two girls, Ling Long gave face to the sect leader and didn't continue to reprimand. She instructed Xiaoyang, Disciple, the two girls are worried about you, especially when you weren't around. They came to ask mistress where you were every day. They almost went down to look for you. Now that you're finally back, spend more time with the two junior sisters. This was equivalent to helping the two girls confess. When the two girls heard this, they felt even more embarrassed. Xiaoyang thought for a while and said, All right, I'll bring them out for a walk. As for the 3,000 extremes, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. The three of them left the sect leader's peak. They came to the sect's guest area and saw the bloodthirsty iceworm, flamingo, dragon lady, flying bull, Qin Dalong, and Qin Dahu. Xiaoyang said indifferently, Let's go, flying bull. I'll bring you to the beast forest to find your child. Also, Dalong Dahu will be passing by Chaos City. Let's go together. Back then, the bloodthirsty iceworm and flamingo had left with the flying bull to find its child. But something had happened along the way, causing it to be delayed until now. Actually, its child had been hidden by the mischievous dragon lady. It should be in the beast forest, so it was necessary to make a trip there. Besides, Xiaoyang had promised the sovereign beast to help him bring back the dragon lady. Now that she was here, he naturally had to deliver her. As for Qin Dalong, Qin Dahu, and the others, it was up to them to decide. The group left the poison sect and headed for Chaos City. Qin Dalong and Qin Dahu had promised the philanthropist Qiu Wanjin that they would be his bodyguards once they found their younger sister. Now that the dragon lady had been found, Xiaoyang wouldn't interfere with their path. Along the way, the two brothers kept persuading the dragon lady, hoping that she could stay in Chaos City and live with them so that they could take care of her. But the dragon lady didn't seem too willing. Chapter 855. Qin Dalong and Qin Dahu didn't force the dragon girl. They only told her to look for them at Chaos City if she needed help. They would fulfill their promise and become Qiu Wanjin's bodyguards. Through the teleportation portal, they soon arrived at Chaos City. Qiu family's manor. Qin Dalong and Qin Dahu returned. Qiu Wanjin came to the door to welcome them personally. Dalong Dahu, you're back? Have you found your sister? He asked with concern. He knew Qin Dalong and Qin Dahu's obsession. They begged him for years to find their sister, and even risked their lives to enter the beast forest. Qiu Wanjin respected them for that. Philanthropist Qiu, we found her. Look, that's our little sister. Qin Dalong and Qin Dahu explained with a smile, their faces full of gratitude. Little sister, this is the philanthropist Qiu we always talk about. Come and greet him. Qin Dalong waved to the dragon girl. Dragon lady smiled and walked forward. She smiled and said, Nice to meet you, philanthropist Qiu. Greetings. Thank you for always caring for my two brothers. Good. I'm very happy that you three siblings can reunite. How about this? You can stay at the Qiu family's manor from now on. You can treat this place as your home. Qiu Wanjin said passionately. He was already old, and he didn't have any children. He was happy to see Qin Dalong and Qin Dahu move into the Qiu family's manor. Little sister, what do you think? Why don't the three of us stay here? Qin Dalong and Qin Dahu, looked at the dragon girl hopefully. This had always been their wish. If the dragon girl hadn't gotten lost and entered the beast forest, she would have agreed without hesitation. However, she knew that the beast forest was her home after she entered it. She rejected them tactfully and slowly said, "No, I'll come back to find you after I'm done." It wasn't that they hadn't been persuaded along the way, but she had always been like this, so the dragon and tiger brothers understood. As siblings, the most important thing was respect. She had grown up and had her own ideas, so they chose to support her. "Little sister, we'll stay here then. Come and visit us when you have time. I wish you a safe trip." Chin Dalong knew what Dragon Lady meant, so he did not force her. Dragon Lady smiled and nodded. She said, "Aye, brother, it's not like I'm not coming back. I'm just going to have some fun." Philanthropist Chiu said kindly, "You are always welcome to come back." Then his gaze fell on Xiaoyang and the others. He recognized Xiaoyang at a glance and said, "Fellow cultivator, if you're not in a hurry, you can rest for a while." When he left the beast forest, he saw Xiaoyang bringing Qindalong and Qindahu out. Ever since he started doing business in the beast forest, he had never seen anyone walk out of the beast forest alive. Xiaoyang was the first, so he was extremely shocked and impressed by Xiaoyang. Chun Dalong smiled and explained to Chiu Shanming, "Philanthropist Chiu, Venerable Xiaoyang is the poison sect's young sect master and a major contributor to the construction of Chaos City." Back then, the two brothers had followed Xiaoyang back to the poison sect. When they learned of Xiaoyang's true identity, they were shocked. They never thought that Xiaoyang's background would be so great. It was unbelievable. What? He's the young sect master? This lowly one pays his respects to the young sect master. You and the 3 pavilion elders built Chaos City, and we can't thank you enough. If it wasn't for your efforts, Chaos City would have been a dead city. Chiu Shanming sighed with emotion. He was a native of Chaos City and had been forced to leave. He only rushed back when he heard that Chaos City was safe again. This was equivalent to Xiaoyang helping him protect his home. He was naturally grateful from the bottom of his heart. Lan Jiaya was instantly displeased. She pouted as she looked at Chiu Shanming and said, "There's still me. There's still me. When Chaos City was being built, I helped a lot." Gu Qianchan covered her mouth with a slender hand and smiled reservedly. The two of them had indeed stayed in Chaos City for a period of time with Xiaoyang. After the war, they had indeed contributed greatly. "Many thanks, fairies. This lowly one's eyes are blurry and I almost forgot. This lowly one doesn't have anything to thank you for. How about I give you some traveling expenses? Perhaps it'll be useful." Chiu Shanming hurriedly ordered the servants to bring out some silver. There were more than 10,000 taels of silver. However, Xiaoyang and the others were cultivators at the peak of the lower realm. How could they be short of money? Any magic treasure or pill would be priceless if they were to throw it out. However, Xiaoyang, who knew how to conduct himself, wasn't so arrogant and cold. He took the silver with a smile and said, "Benefactor Chiu is too polite. As a member of the poison sect, it's my duty to build and protect the city. Benefactor Chiu doesn't need to take it to heart. I'll accept your silver as a favor." At this point, Xiaoyang glanced at the flying ox and the others and said, "I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can mention my name as the young sect master. Here's a talisman. Keep it well, and it'll naturally save you when you're in danger." As Xiaoyang spoke, he took out a talisman and handed it to the other party. Chiu Shanming shed tears of gratitude and fell to his knees to express his thanks. Xiaoyang helped him to his feet, then used his cultivation to bring Dragoness, the flying ox, and Lan Jiaya away. On the way, Dragoness was a little depressed. She wasn't as lively as before. After all, she'd just left with her 2 brothers. Although she pretended not to care, she still felt bad inside. She couldn't bear to part with them. Xiaoyang said with concern, Dragoness, if you miss them, you can ask the sovereign beast to let you come out. I can also speak on your behalf. That way, you'll be able to see them easily. Dragoness's eyes lit up. She knew Xiao Yang's words made sense. She hurriedly said, Good, good, good. That's not bad. Many thanks to Xiao Yang. Big brother Xiao Yang, are we going to the beast forest? When Gu Qianqian heard this, she immediately knew where they were headed. The two girls had been brought down the mountain by Xiao Yang. They'd thought they were going somewhere fun, but they didn't expect to go to the beast forest. It was said that the beast forest was a place filled with terrifying dangers. 9 out of 10 people who entered died. Furthermore, it was easy to cause conflict between the human race and the beast region. That was why he was worried. Lan Jiaoya, on the other hand, wasn't afraid of trouble. She was the type who loved to see the world burn. When she heard they were going to the beast forest, she became full of energy. She said, Cousin, we're going to the beast forest? That's great. I want to see those beasts. Dragoness pursed her lips and snorted. What's there to see about the beasts? TCH. They're about the same as those 3. Chapter 856. She pointed at bloodthirsty ice silkworm, flamingo, and flying bull. She had stayed in the beast forest for a long time and was used to seeing many beasts, so she didn't mind. This lady wants to see. What can you do about it? Humph. Lan Jaya put her hands on her waist and looked at Dragon Lady provocatively. Then she quickly pulled Gu Qianqian to her side to strengthen her momentum. Dragon Lady was also a girl, and their age was about the same. If Xiao Yang took Dragon Lady in, how would they live in the future? Amidst this bickering atmosphere, the group unknowingly arrived at the beast forest. At the entrance of the forest, there were beasts guarding. Xiao Yang and Dragon Lady recognized them. They were two-headed tiger and one-horned wolf. Humans, are you here to die? The two-headed tiger let out a roar and glared fiercely at Xiao Yang and the others with its eyes wide open. Dragon Lady walked out with her hands on her hips and glared back at the other party. She shouted, What are you talking about? Can't you see that this lady is back? They are all my friends. If you dare to mess around, I will castrate you. Two-headed tiger was so scared that it immediately shrank back and didn't dare to move. Dragon Lady is back. We will go and report to the venerable beast. Two-headed tiger hurriedly ran away. The remaining one-horned wolf naturally couldn't stop Dragon Lady and the rest and let them enter. Dragon Lady, where did you hide the flying bull's child? Bring us there now. Xiao Yang asked. This time, besides fulfilling his promise to the venerable beast, he came to the beast forest to help the flying bull find its child. Dragon Lady curled her lips and said, Follow me. Thus, she led the group through the beast forest, turning left and right before arriving at a cave abode. She pointed at the cave that was not easy to find and said, It's inside. Just go in. Flamingo, bloodthirsty ice silkworm, and Flying Bull were all suspicious and didn't trust Dragon Lady. Back in the beast forest, they were deceived by her. Naturally, they wouldn't believe her so easily. You don't believe me? This lady will bring you in. Dragon Lady said angrily and walked into the cave. With her leading the way, the people behind her naturally had nothing to fear. After entering the cave, they saw a wide altar in the depths of the cave, but there was nothing inside. Dragon Lady frowned and wrinkled her nose. She didn't understand and said, I put it here. Why is it gone? The Flying Bull was instantly displeased. This was not the first time they had been toyed with by Dragon Lady. The last time they were toyed with, they almost lost their lives and almost got Xiao Yang killed. They did not expect Dragon Lady to play such tricks again. Hey, Dragoness, where's the bull you were talking about? Where is it? Didn't you say it was here? Why don't you hand it over? Flying Sky Bull angrily roared at Dragon Lady, shouting in beast language. It almost wanted to teach Dragon Lady a lesson. Dragon Lady suddenly felt guilty. She whispered he was here. How would I know he was gone? The Flying Bull was furious. It was not easy for it to confirm that its child was in the beast forest, so it came to search for it. It did not expect to waste so much time because of the dragon lady. Flying Bull, try to sense it again. Confirm the location. Xiao Yang frowned and reminded the flying celestial bull. The flying bull was fated with its child, so it could naturally sense it. Okay. The flying bull responded. It quickly calmed down and began to sense the location. After a long time, it slowly opened its eyes. It was surprised and said, I sensed it. It's safe for now, but I don't know what that place is called. It's the territory of the beast race. Dragon Lady, why aren't you bringing us there? The flying bull urged Dragon Lady and reminded her there's a tall mountain there. It's so tall that it reaches the clouds. There's a large hall in the mountain. Many beasts are there. Dragon Lady blushed and said embarrassedly, How would I know where that mountain is? I only know the beast forest. The beast race's territory was vast and boundless. The deeper one went, the stronger the demonic beasts were. There were countless factions inside. At this moment, a figure walked in from outside the cave. It was Sovereign Beast. Sovereign Beast. Flamingo, Flying Bull, and Bloodthirsty Iceworm all looked at Sovereign Beast. Sovereign Beast's gaze fell on Dragon Lady. Seeing that she was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned to Xiaoyang and nodded. Thank you. Then he explained, the place Flying Bull is talking about is the Beast Mountain. That's where the second Sovereign Beast is. The second Sovereign Beast is Wu Zun. So I advise you to give up on the idea of entering the Beast Mountain. Xiaoyang, you've completed my task. I owe you a favor. If you need anything, let me know. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Let's go, Dragon Lady. Sovereign Beast waved his hand and pulled Dragoness over. Then he walked in front and had Dragoness follow behind. Dragon Lady proudly stuck her tongue out at Flying Bull and made a face. Then she quickly walked out of the cave. Humph, these beasts are really good for nothings. The Flying Bull was furious as it cursed out loud. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and looked at Sovereign Beast's figure. He said calmly, Flying Bull, maybe you've misunderstood. Sovereign Beast just fought with Wu Zun and was injured. It left in a hurry because it was afraid that I would find out and attack it. Let's go. Let's get a map of the Beast Mountain. We'll go there. Xiaoyang ordered, and the group walked out of the cave. Flying Bull was very moved. It looked at Xiaoyang gratefully and said, Thank you. Sovereign Beast had already said that the Beast Mountain was guarded by Wu Zun, a level 2 beast. Moreover, the beasts were physically stronger than humans. Perhaps the second Sovereign Beast had the combat strength of a level 3 Wu Zun. Not to mention that they were in the other's territory. They could summon thousands of troops. All kinds of conditions were unfavorable for Xiaoyang. Outside the cave, Xiaoyang ordered the long-tongued toad to get a map of the Beast Mountain. The long-tongued toad agreed and hurriedly left. When it reappeared, it was in front of Sovereign Beast. Sovereign Beast stared at the toad in disbelief. Are they really going to enter the Beast Mountain? From what he knew, humans were hypocrites who craved life and feared death. So when he found Qinming's weakness, he thought Xiaoyang's group would give up. But he didn't expect them to be so bold as to go to the Beast Mountain. Sovereign Beast muttered to himself, then said to the toad, Go! Get them a map of the Beast Mountain. Also, tell Two-Headed Tiger, Golden Python, Yin-Yang Lion, and Lone Wolf to come see me. Yes, the toad left. Sovereign Beast muttered, Second Sovereign Beast, you've repeatedly offended the Beast Forest. Do you think we're easy to bully? Humph. This was a matter of the beasts. Large and small beasts entrenched themselves, just like the human domain's 10 great sections. They each had their own territory and competed with each other. Chapter 8:57. It was the same for the Beast Forest and Beast Mountain. This time, the disappearance of the flying celestial cow's child was completely related to the Beast Mountain. Just 2 days ago, the Beast Mountain suddenly launched a large-scale invasion and captured many beasts of the Beast Forest. including the flying celestial cow. Now, Xiaoyang and the others wanted to enter the Beast Mountain. They would inevitably have a conflict with the Beast Mountain. At that time, the Beast Forest would take the opportunity to attack and help Xiaoyang and the others. First, they would return Xiaoyang's favor. Second, they would let the second, venerable beast know that the Beast Forest was not to be trifled with. The long-tongued toad came to Xiaoyang and the others and gave them a map of the Beast Mountain. The route and the strength of the Beast Mountain were clearly recorded. From this, it could be seen that the Beast Forest had infiltrated the Beast Mountain for a long time. Gu Qianqian looked at the map and said slowly, "This venerable beast is planning to use us to deal with the second venerable beast. This despicable thing, Humph." Lan Jiaoye's face showed dissatisfaction. Xiaoyang smiled. "To put it bluntly, it's using us. To put it nicely, it's cooperation." Although he did not meet with the venerable beast to plot, he could see the venerable beast's intention from the map. "Let's go to the Beast Mountain." After a few steps, Xiaoyang stopped and said, "You all stay here and wait for me to come back." "No, Venerable Xiao, I want to go. This is to save my child. Even if I die, I will not hesitate," the flying cow expressed. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian naturally did not want to go. They hurriedly said, "We want to go too." The bloodthirsty iceworm and fiery bird naturally followed Xiaoyang. They had gone through countless battles with Xiaoyang. "This is not up to you," Xiaoyang said slowly. Then he waved his hand and used the law of array to create a trap array, trapping Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaoye, and the others in the cave. "I will ask the dragon girl to send you food," Xiaoyang instructed, and left with his two pet beasts, the bloodthirsty ice silkworm and flamingo. "Damn it, Xiaoyang, just you wait, Humph. This is too much. He actually left us here." The flying celestial ox, on the other hand, was surprisingly calm. It knew that saving the flying celestial ox was not a competition of numbers, but rather a competition of cultivation strength. Looking at Xiaoyang's intention, he probably wanted to sneak in alone to save Fei Xiaoniu, so it was not good to have more people. Xiaoyang left the Beast Forest alone and headed towards the Beast Mountain according to the route on the map. This situation was naturally noticed by the beasts in the Beast Forest. They immediately reported it to the Sovereign Beast. The Sovereign Beast thought for a moment and ordered, "Just do as Xiaoyang said. Let the dragoness be in charge of delivering the food. As for the troops that have been gathered, don't move. I will give the order." The group of people accepted the order and left. "Xiaoyang, let's see how big of a commotion you can create and how much damage you can bring to the Beast Mountain. Is it worth it for me to make a move?" Venerable Beast murmured. He ordered his spies to be on standby 24 hours a day and report everything about Xiaoyang at any time. Xiaoyang had already walked out of the Beast Forest and arrived at the second Sovereign Beast's territory, the Beast Mountain. The environment of the Beast Mountain was not much different from that of the Beast Forest. They were both forest monsters. The difference was that there were more monsters in the Beast Mountain and they were more powerful, especially the second Sovereign Beast on the peak of the Beast Mountain. Its cultivation aura was obviously much stronger than that of the Sovereign Beast. Xiaoyang did not think too much and kept moving according to the route on the map. He had already bypassed more than 10 sentries and killed more than 10 monsters blocking his way. After spending 4 hours, he finally arrived at the lair of the second Sovereign Beast. In front of Xiaoyang was a towering mountain. The mountain was so big that he could not see the end of it at a glance. Xiaoyang released his divine thoughts, which covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles, constantly searching for the whereabouts of the flying celestial ox. Halfway up the mountain, he finally saw the figure of the flying celestial ox, who was now trapped in a prison. There were countless beasts trapped in the prison. Among these captives, the strong ones were selected to work as laborers, the weak ones were reduced to food, and some were kept in captivity as backup rations for the Beast Mountain. The flying celestial ox was now being kept in captivity. Its daily food was very little, barely enough to fill its stomach. Outside the prison, there were thousands of beasts guarding. 50 miles away from the prison, there was an army of beasts that belonged to the Beast Mountain. The overall strength of these beasts was much stronger than that of the Beast Forest. Beasts of the 7th or 8th level of martial arts Grandmaster Realm could be seen everywhere. After Xiao Yang observed the situation around him, he could not help but frown. If he wanted to enter the prison, he would inevitably alarm the thousands of guards and even attract the attack of the army of beasts 50 miles away. The situation was not optimistic. The second sovereign beast was cultivating in the main hall at the peak of the mountain, but its divine thoughts were constantly scanning the surroundings. If there was any movement, it would be the first to notice. Attacking by force was not advisable. Then he could only take it. Xiao Yang blinked, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a knowing smile. After all, when Xiao Yang entered the poison sect, his master had taught him the greater shift art. Xiao Yang had long reached the 3rd level of the art. He could summon the 3 mountains, 5 peaks, and the 5 lakes, 4 seas to fight against his enemies, and he could even move objects away. However, Xiao Yang rarely used this art to attack. Although summoning the 3 mountains, 5 peaks, and the 5 lakes, 4 seas was impressive, under the influence of Wu Zun's laws, their fighting strength was nothing. At Wu Zun's level, the use of martial skills was the lowest level. The higher levels of competition were based on mastery and application of laws. Greater shift art. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang hurriedly used the greater shift art to take the flying celestial ox away. As for the other beasts, he would not interfere. After all, this was a competition between the Beast Forest and Beast Mountain. As a human, Xiao Yang didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Internal conflict between the beasts was beneficial to the human race. If the beasts were united, the human race would be in real danger. As soon as Xiao Yang used the greater shift art, the flying celestial ox was immediately sent away from the prison. It immediately attracted the attention of the other beasts and caused them to cry out in alarm. Following the commotion, guards immediately went to investigate the situation. When they saw the empty space that had suddenly disappeared, they immediately sounded the alarm. The roars of tigers and dragons immediately rang out. This was the beast race's alarm system. As soon as the alarm sounded, thousands of guards immediately went into action and sealed off the various entrances to the prison. At the same time, the beast race army 50 kilometers away quickly moved in this direction. Powerful divine senses swept through the area, searching for the missing flying celestial ox as well as any unusual places. None of this was important. Xiao Yang didn't care about these small fries. What Xiao Yang cared about was that the second sovereign beast had been awakened. When its tyrannical divine sense spread out, it immediately locked onto Xiao Yang. Roar! A loud roar was heard, and it was filled with anger. Chapter 858. At the same time, a powerful aura was released from the top of the mountain, and a terrifying figure rapidly approached Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang blinked and calmly looked at Flying Xiaonyo in front of him. Seeing Flying Xiaonyo's confused look, he communicated in beast language. "Your parents, the flying celestial cow, asked me to come find you. Now leave with me." Flying Xiaonyo, who was originally puzzled and surprised by its sudden appearance, had a bright light in its eyes after hearing Xiao Yang's explanation. It hurriedly nodded and said in beast language, "Benefactor, quickly take me away." Flying Xiaonyo was not too sure about the flying celestial cow because it had never seen one before. On the contrary, it had been summoned by a familiar aura several times recently. No matter what the purpose of Xiao Yang, this human was at least better than staying in the cage of the Beast Mountain. "Okay, let's go." Xiao Yang did not hesitate at all. He unleashed his cultivation, took Flying Xiaonyo, and quickly left the place. "Despicable human, where are you going? How dare you break into my Beast Mountain? I'll tear you to pieces." A majestic and loud voice was heard. It was the second beast venerable. Wu Zun released the terrifying aura of a rank 2, scaring Flying Xiaoyo so much that it trembled. Behind, the second beast venerable. There were many beasts chasing after him. There were hundreds of martial arts, Grandmaster level 7, and 8 beasts. Xiao Yang flew quickly toward the beast forest. As he flew, he explained his purpose. I'm here to fly away, Flying Xiaoyo. Second beast venerable, don't be so rampant. Be careful, or I'll make you suffer. Xiao Yang did not rush forward openly, because he was worried that a conflict would break out between the beast clan and the human clan. Therefore, he used a silent method to take Flying Xiaoyo away. However, he did not expect to be discovered by the second beast venerable. That was fine. Xiao Yang had never been a coward. With his current cultivation, he could totally beat the second beast venerable. However, Xiao Yang did not want to be a fool who would be used by others, so he did not open up a battlefield on the spot. The intention of the beast forest sovereign beast was obvious. He wanted to borrow Xiao Yang's strength to deal with the second sovereign beast. Xiao Yang naturally wouldn't let the beast forest's sovereign beast succeed. In less than 2 minutes, Xiao Yang arrived at the edge of the beast forest. The informants and spies of the beast forest hurriedly sent back an urgent message to inform the venerable beast and explain the situation in detail. When the beast forest sovereign beast found out that the second sovereign beast was leading an army here, he was furious. He hurriedly ordered his army to move out and head to the beast forest's border. Xiao Yang had completely entered the beast forest. The second venerable beast frowned. Hesitation flashed across its face, but it soon made up its mind and said viciously, "Chase! My king, the beast forest is right in front of us. If we go in like this, won't we start a war?" A trusted general asked the second venerable beast, feeling a little nervous. Although the beast mountain and beast forest had many conflicts, they had not completely fallen out with each other. "Humph, if I say I'll chase, then I'll chase. What does a mere beast forest amount to?" The second venerable beast cursed. Its eyes were filled with anger. It was a stage 2 almighty like Wu Zun. It didn't care about a mere beast forest at all. This was good too. Taking advantage of the fact that the beast forest was colluding with the human race, it could use this excuse to devour the beast forest. "Yes, little ones, charge with me," the golden-winged roc shouted. It led the soldiers and charged into the beast forest. In a canyon in the beast forest, the venerable beast was already waiting there with many capable subordinates. When it saw Xiao Yang coming from afar, it shouted to Xiao Yang, "Over here!" Xiao Yang didn't hesitate at all. He quickly moved closer to the venerable beast. Immediately, the beast tribe army came to protect him. As Xiao Yang moved to the rear of the army, the second venerable beast led the beast tribe army to follow. "Prepare for battle." "Ha!" the venerable beast shouted when it saw the people who came. Immediately, the army behind it stomped on the ground in unison, creating an earth-shattering sound. Their aura soared to the sky. Each of them was ready for battle. The second venerable beast waved its hand. The beast tribe army behind it stopped in their tracks. It shouted at the beast forest from afar, "Long you colluded with the human race and allowed them to enter the beast forest. You still have the face to stop me? Do you believe that I won't crush your bones and scatter your ashes?" The beast forest's venerable beast snorted and shouted, "You still have the face to ask? You've invaded the beast forest many times and taken away many members of the beast tribe. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now you're leading an army into the beast forest. Why aren't you retreating?" Based on the current situation, the Beast Mountain's forces were still intact. They hadn't suffered any losses at all. Therefore, the beast forest's venerable beast didn't plan to go head-to-head with the other party. However, he definitely wouldn't allow the other party to come to the beast forest and do whatever they wanted. Otherwise, where would he put his face? "Those who stand in my way shall die. Little ones, attack." The second venerable beast snorted. It didn't think too much. It waved its hand and took the lead to attack. It immediately performed an offensive spell unique to the beast tribe. As it flew up, it condensed a huge fireball and bombarded the beast forest's venerable beast army. Naturally, the venerable beast couldn't stand by and watch. If its army was hit by the fireball, its army might be destroyed. It immediately flew up and used a skill to summon wind and rain. A gust of wind swept up and blew back the fireball in front of it. You're courting death. The second venerable beast immediately extinguished its fireball when it saw Long E attacking. It didn't want the golden winged rock and the other beasts to be hurt by its fireball. It used its physical strength and began to fight with its opponent. With Wu Zun's terrifying rank 2 strength, it was confident that it could defeat Long E. It wasn't the first time the two of them fought. The last time they fought, Long E was defeated by the second venerable beast and was severely injured. This time, the first sovereign beast was no match for the second sovereign beast. Before the third round had even begun, the second sovereign beast had already sent the first sovereign beast flying to the ground, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise from the ground. You want to fight me with your insignificant strength? You're simply courting death. The second venerable beast hovered in the air and coldly stared at Long E below. It smiled disdainfully. Then it slowly descended and stood in front of Long E. It said coldly, "Long E, surrender to me, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die." As the battle on their side began, the golden-winged great rock that belonged to Beast Mountain also led the army of Beast Mountain to launch an attack. The Beast Forest army, including the double-headed tiger and the unicorn wolf, also fought desperately. The two armies fought fiercely. Xiaoyang had already run a few hundred feet away. Chapter 859. He instructed Fei Xiaoniu, "Go back to the cave in the beast forest. Your parents are waiting for you there. Go." Fei Xiaoniu walked a little farther and stopped. It looked back at Xiaoyang, then walked a few steps and looked back at Xiaoyang. Finally, it disappeared from Xiaoyang's sight. Xiaoyang blinked, turned around, and looked at the battlefield on both sides of the Beast Mountain and the Beast Forest. Seeing that the casualties had reached 3,000, he couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the fight between the second venerable beast and Dragon One, he saw that Dragon One had been defeated and was being held by the neck by the second venerable beast. It seemed that the second venerable beast wanted to kill Dragon One. Xiaoyang immediately used his movement skill and quickly approached the battlefield. In the process of moving, he released Wu Zun's cultivation. His movement skill was ingenious, and his speed was extremely fast. In less than 2 breaths, he appeared in front of the second venerable beast. He stood more than 10 steps away, looked at the second venerable beast with contempt, and said disdainfully, "Were you the one who chased me before?" The reason why Xiaoyang didn't fight with the second venerable beast before was because he was afraid that Fei Xiaoniu would be hurt. After all, the second venerable beast had a strong army and was in its territory. Any accident could happen. However, now that Fei Xiaoniu had been saved, Xiaoyang had no more worries, so he planned to vent his dissatisfaction. The second venerable beast indifferently glanced at Xiaoyang and felt the aura of Xiaoyang's cultivation. It was only at the first level of Wu Zun. It suddenly sneered, and its eyes were full of ridicule. It contemptuously said, "Human, were you the one who broke into my beast mountain and colluded with Dragon One? Very well. This venerable beast does not welcome you humans. This venerable will destroy you. Die, human." After the second venerable beast finished speaking, it directly threw Dragon One to the side and attacked Xiaoyang. It didn't use any martial skills. It intended to use the strength of its body to deal with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang sneered. He did not intend to use any other martial techniques. He directly activated the law of physical body to meet force with force. The two of them quickly exchanged blows. They instantly sped up and left their original positions. When they reappeared, they were already colliding with each other. No one could see their silhouettes clearly. Their silhouettes were fleeting, sometimes dozens of feet away, sometimes right in front of them. In just a few breaths, Xiaoyang had exchanged dozens of blows with the second venerable beast. This is the moment. Let's decide the victor. The second venerable beast was full of confidence. It seized the best opportunity to unleash the most powerful attack of its life, intending to kill Xiaoyang with one punch. However, it did not expect that Xiaoyang had purposely revealed this flaw to his opponent. When Xiaoyang saw that the second Beastmaster was going all out, he no longer held back and unleashed his full strength. Wu Zun's third-order cultivation, the captive phoenix and the map of mountains and rivers in his body were running wildly. He gathered all the terrifying power in his right hand, then clenched it into a fist and blasted it out, colliding with the second Beastmaster's fist. Boom! A sound like thunder and lightning broke out. When they collided, a tyrannical shock wave swept in all directions, sweeping across all directions. All creatures and objects within thousands of feet seemed to have been swept away by a strong gust of wind and were forced to move their positions. Under the feet of the second venerable beast and Xiaoyang, a deep pit dozens of feet wide had appeared. The pit was surrounded by cracks, showing how terrifying the shock force of this collision was. A second later, a tragic cry was heard. It was the second venerable beast's miserable cry. Half of its burly body was smashed into pieces. Blood was flying in the air, and its internal organs were flowing all over the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and snorted coldly, releasing a murderous aura from his body. Without saying a word, he walked up to the second venerable beast and punched out again. The terrifying power of the punch fell on the other half of the second venerable beast's body, smashing it into pieces again. At this point, the second venerable beast was completely killed by Xiaoyang. At this moment, a golden light flew out from a cloud of blood mist. Xiaoyang was quick to react. He immediately reached out and caught the golden light in his hand. The aura emitted by the light was exactly the same as the second venerable beast's. Needless to say, it must be the second venerable beast's primordial spirit. Spare me, senior." The primordial spirit in Xiaoyang's hand kept begging for mercy. It had long known how terrifying Xiaoyang was. It was not someone it could fight against. I'll keep you for now. You might be useful." Xiaoyang said coldly and expressionlessly. He ignored the second venerable beast's pleading and directly threw it into the storage ring. It should be known that the primordial spirit of the beast clan's Wu Zun was very useful, especially since it was a second stage Wu Zun. If used properly, it could create a new Wu Zun. Not far away, Long Yi, the sovereign beast, watched Xiaoyang capture the primordial spirit of the second sovereign beast. His eyes were filled with longing and hope, and he swallowed hard. The beast clan's cultivation relied not only on the accumulation of cultivation over a long period of time, but also on devouring. If Dragon One could devour the second venerable beast's primordial spirit, it was absolutely certain that it could advance to rank 2 Wu Zun. However, the second venerable beast's primordial spirit had fallen into Xiaoyang's hands. Moreover, Xiaoyang had saved its life, so it was too embarrassed to ask for it. Xiaoyang looked at everyone with cold eyes and said coldly, "Why aren't you all stopping?" He released the terrifying aura of a rank 3 Wu Zun from his physical body. The beast clan present trembled in fear and knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Even the venerable beast of the beast forest, Dragon One, trembled in fear after sensing Xiaoyang's terrifying aura. When Xiaoyang first entered the beast forest, his cultivation was only at Wu Zun's level. Now he was at the terrifying level of a rank 3 Wu Zun. With Xiaoyang's power, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with the venerable beast. Didn't you see? Even the second stage venerable beast of Wu Zun's rank 2 was defeated in a few moves by him. Moreover, Xiaoyang was toying with the venerable beast. At this moment, Xiaoyang was at the top of the world in terms of strength and influence. He had enough power to control the situation. Xiaoyang looked at the beast clan kneeling on the ground and smiled with satisfaction. He said slowly, "Now the second venerable beast has been killed, and the venerable beast, Dragon One, is seriously injured. You are all beast clan, so why kill your own kind? Venerable beast, come with me. Let's talk about how to deal with this matter." Xiaoyang led the venerable beast, Dragon One, away from the beast forest and to a mountain top. "Venerable Xiao, what do you want to say?" The venerable beast narrowed its eyes and looked at Xiaoyang. It wanted to see what Xiaoyang was trying to do. With Xiaoyang's current strength, he could totally control the beast forest and the beast mountain. Chapter 860. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and slowly said, "The territory of the beast mountain is now ownerless. I was the one who took it. Do you want it?" He got straight to the point. The venerable beast didn't think much and directly said, "Of course I want it, but I don't know what price I have to pay." Xiaoyang chuckled and looked at the venerable beast with interest. Could it be that the current venerable beast had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him? He released the aura of Wu Zun rank 3, and a terrifying pressure crushed the body of the venerable beast. The venerable beast was still strong at first, but as Xiaoyang's aura erupted, the venerable beast couldn't bear it and directly knelt on the ground. It knew the purpose of Xiaoyang's actions. It was nothing more than to let it recognize the situation and let it know that the present was different from the past. Now it was Xiaoyang's home ground. Although the venerable beast was very unwilling, it could only accept it. Thinking back, when Xiaoyang was just a small soldier in Chaos City, he was an existence that looked up to it. Now he had grown to the point where the venerable beast had to crawl. "Venerable Xiao, tell me, what do you want?" The venerable beast knew that this matter would be difficult to deal with. After all, it wasn't familiar with Xiaoyang. They had only met 2 or 3 times. Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "This venerable can not only let you manage the beast mountain, but also give you the second venerable beast's long shot, and even help you improve your cultivation to Wu Zun rank 2. But you should know what to do next. Of course, you can refuse. I can support a puppet of the beast mountain." The venerable beast hesitated, listening to Xiaoyang's words. It was planning to pledge its loyalty. In the future, it would be one of Xiaoyang's people, and the opportunities in exchange would be great. One was the improvement of its cultivation, and the other was the possession of territory. If it refused, even if Xiaoyang wouldn't hurt it now, once he supported a puppet of the beast mountain, it would suffer in the end. After pondering for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaoyang didn't urge it. After pondering for a while, the venerable beast dragon, he said helplessly, "I choose to be loyal to venerable Xiao." After making up its mind, it took out the heart blood from its brow and handed it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang took it, then took out the second sovereign beast's primordial spirit from his storage ring and handed it to sovereign beast. In reality, Xiaoyang was also quite reluctant to part with it. After all, Wu Zun's essence soul was very difficult to obtain, and it was also very useful. However, he couldn't trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. Since he had made a promise, he naturally had to do it. "Thank you, master," Sovereign Beast said respectfully. Xiaoyang was very satisfied with Venerable Beast's attitude. He said slowly, "Longy, go ahead and break through. I'll stay here to protect you. I won't come to the Beast Forest or Beast Mountain often in the future, but you can't be disloyal or I won't show any mercy." "I understand," the Venerable Beast answered seriously. Now that he had handed over his soul blood, he naturally knew that his life was in Xiaoyang's hands. So he didn't dare to rebel. This couldn't be any better. Xiaoyang blinked and looked at Sovereign Beast with gratification. He sighed with emotion in his heart. The once high and mighty Sovereign Beast had now become his servant. Sovereign Beast glanced at the second Sovereign Beast's primordial spirit in his hand and murmured, "You didn't expect that you would fall into my hands, did you?" The second sovereign beast's primordial spirit kept struggling, kowtowing and apologizing, hoping that sovereign beast would let it go. However, Long E was unmoved. He sneered at the sight of his former powerful enemy falling into his hands. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure. He raised his head and swallowed the second sovereign beast's primordial spirit, then began to refine and absorb the power of the second sovereign beast's primordial spirit. In just 10 breaths of time, Long E was completely refined by Sovereign Beast. Sovereign Beast's cultivation realm also rose from Wu Zun rank 1 to Wu Zun rank 2. He stood up and looked at Xiaoyang respectfully. He knew that all of this was thanks to Xiaoyang. I'll leave the rest to you. Let's go. Xiaoyang brought the Sovereign Beast back to the front of the Beastmen army and announced, "From now on, the Beast Mountain and the Beast Forest will be merged into one and will belong to the Sovereign Beast Long E. From now on, all of you must listen to his orders and unite the Beastmen. We will follow your orders." Golden-winged rock, double-headed tiger, single-horned wolf, and the other beasts raised their heads and solemnly listened to the order. "Sovereign Beast, I'm leaving," Xiaoyang said to the revered beast, then turned and left. His purpose of coming here was to help the flying ox find the flying Xiaoniu. Now that he had achieved his goal, it was time to leave. "Farewell, Master." The dignified sovereign beast actually called Xiaoyang Master in front of so many beasts. This was Sovereign Beast's attitude. He was determined to follow Xiaoyang and be loyal to Xiaoyang. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to expose his relationship with Xiaoyang. He wasn't afraid that the beasts would mess around. In this world, the strong were respected. It was natural for the beasts to be loyal to the strong. Xiaoyang returned to the cave and saw the flying Xiaoniu receiving the love of Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaoya, and the flying ox. He let out a sigh of relief. Fiery bird and bloodthirsty ice silkworm, resting on Xiaoyang's shoulder, cried out and immediately flew into the cave to play with the flying Xiaoniu. "Sovereign Xiao, you're back." Dragoness, who was responsible for delivering food in the cave, was the first to notice Xiaoyang. She immediately greeted Xiaoyang with a smile. Xiaoyang smiled and nodded, then walked into the cave. However, Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaoya didn't pay attention to Xiaoyang. Instead, they played with the flying Xiaoniu, as if they were angry at Xiaoyang. On the contrary, the flying ox looked at Xiaoyang with gratitude and greeted Xiaoyang. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang, it would never have had the chance to find the flying Xiaoniu in this lifetime. "Let's go. It's time to go back. I wonder how the discussion at the sect is going. If the Jigo sect pursues this matter, it'll be troublesome." Xiaoyang called out to everyone. The group walked out of the cave, one after another. Only Dragoness hesitated, unsure if she should leave. In the end, she watched Zhao's group leave. They walked out of the Beast Forest and returned to Chaos City. Using the teleportation formation, they quickly returned to the Poison Sect. The Poison Sect's main hall. Many of the higher-ups were still discussing how to deal with the 3,000 extremes. They hadn't decided yet. When the Beast Pavilion Master saw Xiaoyang return with the flying Xiaoniu and flying Xiaoniu, he was overjoyed. He couldn't be bothered to argue and hurriedly ran over to greet Xiaoyang. He greeted Xiaoyang. He hadn't told Xiaoyang about the flying Xiaoniu last time, causing Xiaoyang to go out searching for it and causing so much trouble. He felt very apologetic. Now, not only had Xiaoyang brought the flying Xiaoniu back with his own abilities, but he'd also helped it find its children. He was naturally very grateful. Everyone in the hall looked at Xiaoyang with joy when they saw Xiaoyang return. Xiaoyang entered the hall and cupped his fists at the sect master and exquisite. "Master, Masteress, this disciple has returned." Good, good, good. It's good that you're back." Chapter 861. Exquisite doted on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang asked, "Is there any movement from the Jigo sect?" 3,000 Poles had left the Jigo sect for a long time. Logically speaking, the Jigo sect should have reacted by now. The sect master explained, "I heard that 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation are here on behalf of the Jigo sect. They should have arrived by now." As soon as he finished speaking, two handsome and unrestrained experts walked into the hall. They were none other than 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation. Both were third-rank Wu Zun and emissaries sent by the Jigo sect. They had always been on good terms with the poison sect. "We greet the esteemed emissaries." With the sect master leading the way, everyone in the hall bowed to the two emissaries. Xiao Yang cupped his fists as well. Presumably, these two were here to deal with 3,000 Poles. Exquisite was a little nervous, her brows furrowed. She didn't want anyone to take Xiao Yang away. But these two emissaries were so powerful that she felt a great deal of pressure. 3,000 Lu waved a hand and smiled. "We're all family. There's no need to be so polite." 3,000 Desolation's gaze landed on Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, you're not bad. You actually managed to take 3,000 Poles." The first elder asked, "Emissaries, are you here because of 3,000 Poles?" Of course." 3,000 Lu answered readily. Everyone in the hall looked nervously at the two emissaries, their hearts in their throats. "You don't need to be nervous. The Jigo sect wants us to bring 3,000 Poles back and have Xiaoyang come with us." 3,000 Lu spoke calmly. Although he had no ill intentions, the sect master, his wife, the elders, and the pavilion lords were all nervous. What did he mean by taking Xiaoyang away? How could they not be nervous? Everyone knew how powerful a midstream Jigo sect was. Once they brought Xiaoyang to that place with the connections that 3,000 Gigi had in the midstream, would Xiaoyang still have any chance of survival? Don't lie here, they aren't senile yet. Emissaries, Xiaoyang has been severely injured recently. Why don't you take 3,000 extremes back first? The Beast Pavilion Master thought for a moment and hurriedly found an excuse for Xiaoyang. As long as Xiaoyang was still in the poison sect, they could protect Xiaoyang. If Xiaoyang was brought to the middle stream boundary, they really wouldn't be able to do anything. The others also hurriedly persuaded, "That's right. Two envoys, please go back and tell them that Xiaoyang went to the beast forest to suppress the beasts, so he was injured and can't go anywhere for the time being. He still needs to recuperate." Linglong clenched her fists. Her slender fingers turned pale. Her nails dug into her palms, bleeding. No matter what, she couldn't let anyone take Xiaoyang away. 3,000 extremes and 3,000 desolations didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They could tell at a glance whether Xiaoyang was injured or not, but they understood that the poison sect was just worried about Xiaoyang. 3,000 desolations laughed involuntarily. "Don't worry, things aren't as bad as you think. How about this? If you don't trust us, we'll take 3,000 extremes back first. As for Xiaoyang, he can go to the Jigo sect on his own within a month." Everyone sighed in relief. As long as the two emissaries weren't here to take Xiaoyang away, that was good. However, they still couldn't let go of Xiaoyang's desire to go to the Jigo sect within a month. 3,000 desolations could only continue to explain, "Xiaoyang is so outstanding and outstanding. He'll only receive better training if he goes to the Jigo sect. Plus, we'll take care of him, so he'll be fine. Don't worry." The sect master, his wife, and the elders all smiled and looked gratefully at the two emissaries. Still, they couldn't let go of the matter. His words were pleasant to the ears. But who knew what would happen once he reached the poison sect? 3,000 desolations seemed to see through everyone's thoughts and smiled. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't go. Still, I think that someone as talented as Xiaoyang will choose to go on his own. The lower flow realm is still too small. A hidden dragon will soar in the end. The sect master, his wife, the elders, the pavilion masters, and the other high-ranking members all smiled. As long as he wasn't forced to go, it was fine. They were just worried that the Jigo sect would interfere. Then I'll have to thank the two emissaries. Why don't you eat your fill before you go on your mission? We've prepared plenty of good food and drinks for you." The sect master smiled. The poison sect had always been on good terms with the two emissaries. Since they weren't here to make things difficult for Xiaoyang and the poison sect, they naturally had to express their goodwill. He glanced at the weaponsmithing pavilion master, who nodded and hurried off. Before long, they were back in the main hall. 3,000 Desolations said no need. Our mission is more important, so we'll head back first. The weaponsmithing pavilion master hurriedly handed the items to the sect master. Once the sect master received the items, he chased after them with a smile. "Let me see you off." Outside the main hall, the sect master handed over the 2 storage rings in his hand, respectfully and kindly handing them over to them. The 2 emissaries naturally didn't stand on ceremony. They knew this was the poison sect's goodwill. "Esteemed emissaries, please wait a moment. I'll bring 3,000 Desolations over." The sect master hurried off. Then he used the greater teleportation technique and instantly teleported the 3,000 extreme out of the cage. 3,000 Desolations glanced at the sect master, then at 3,000 Desolations. He immediately understood what was going on. He laughed loudly, his expression savage. "See? The Jigo sect is here. Let's see how long you're going to keep this sovereign locked up. How about it? Do you regret it now? Junior brother, 3,000 Desolations, you're here." 3,000 Desolations smugly walked towards the 2 emissaries, his expression arrogant. Even at this point, he was still proud. "Senior brother." 3,000 Desolations called out, helplessly. This was how things were in the Jigo sect. Seniority was seniority and couldn't be disobeyed. Junior brothers, you've done very well. This senior brother owes you a favor. Since you're here to take me away, we'll have to resolve this matter. The poison sect is arrogant and domineering. We won't tolerate their impudence, especially Xiaoyang. He's just a lowly commoner who dares to humiliate me. You must kill him, or else the senior brother won't agree to go with you." 3,000 Desolations sneered. His thoughts were vicious, as if he could do whatever he wanted just because he had a powerful background. The poison sect head was livid as she listened on the side. This damned 3,000 Desolations was too much. If I'd known earlier, I would have killed him directly. 3,000 Desolations and 3,000 Desolations looked troubled as they exchanged glances. "What? Didn't you hear what your senior brother said? Or are you saying that you have no respect for your seniors and don't put this senior brother in your eyes? When we get back to the sect, I'll definitely report you." Chapter 862. When 3,000 G saw their expressions, he immediately called out arrogantly. This made the 2 very embarrassed and difficult to deal with. At this time, Xiaoyang walked out of the hall and came in front of them. He looked at them calmly and said, 3,000 G, I will go to the middle stream area within a month. Why do you have to make things difficult for your 2 junior brothers? If you have any grudges, you can settle them with me when the time comes." "What? His disciple is going to the middle stream area?" This shocked the sect master, and his expression changed greatly. Once he went to the middle stream area and offended 3,000 G, it was almost certain that he would die. He was really worried about Xiaoyang going to the middle stream area. Moreover, the 2 emissaries had clearly stated that it was fine for Xiaoyang to go or not. Why bother looking for trouble? He at least gave Xiaoyang a look, telling Xiaoyang to stop talking. Xiaoyang smiled and looked at the sect master. He naturally knew what the sect master meant, but there was no reason for Xiaoyang to stay in the lower stream area. If he wanted to improve his cultivation, he would have to go to the middle stream area. Moreover, Xiaoyang still had things to do in the middle stream area. For example, the Xiao family in the middle stream area was looking for the Xiao family's ancient jade, and whether they knew about the Xiao family in Eastwood Town. Also, there was the matter of the Jigo sect. Xiaoyang had captured the Jigo sect's emissary, 3,000 G. This matter would be difficult to resolve. As long as Xiaoyang went to the Jigo sect and explained the matter clearly, there would be a chance to resolve it. Xiaoyang had already reached the third level of Wu Zun's physical body, so he did not need to be afraid of 3,000 G, 3,000 G, 3,000 desolation. With this cultivation, he could at least protect himself in the middle stream area. In addition, Xiaoyang had comprehended the law of teleportation. Even if he encountered a 4th or 5th level Wuzun, he was confident that he could escape. Master, I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me. For me, the lower stream area is too small. My stage is the 3,000 worlds, not the middle or upper stream areas. Xiaoyang said seriously. The sect master sighed and did not try to persuade him any further. 3,000 G snorted coldly at Xiaoyang's arrogance. His expression was ice-cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He said viciously, Xiaoyang, you'd better fulfill your promise and reach the middle stream stage within a month. Otherwise, the poison sect will be annihilated. After he spoke ruthlessly to Xiaoyang, he turned around and looked at the 2 envoys beside him. He said, unhappily, let's go, junior brothers. What are you waiting for? Then he didn't care about the 3,000 flow and 3,000 desolation, and he took the lead. 3,000 flow and 3,000 desolation looked at Xiaoyang with admiration, nodded and said, Xiaoyang, we really didn't misjudge you. After you reach the middle stream stage, you can report our names. Then the 2 of them bid farewell to Xiaoyang. The matter of 3,000 G had been resolved for now. Xiaoyang and 3,000 G had planned to settle it privately. As for what would happen after Xiaoyang reached the middle stream, that was unknown. Disciple, you, the sect master, watched the Jigo sect members leave, then looked worriedly at Xiaoyang. He didn't know what to say. Forget it, you've grown up. Make your own decisions. In any case, the poison sect is your home. If you really can't handle it, you can come back here. No matter what, the poison sect is your strongest backing. We won't let you be bullied. The sect master expressed his stance. Many thanks, master. I know what I'm doing. As long as I, Xiaoyang, am here, I will do my best to ensure the safety of the sect. Xiaoyang said gratefully. The crowd in the hall dispersed one after another. They all knew of Xiaoyang's decision, so there was no need to argue. Sect Master's Peak. The 3 elders, the various pavilion heads, the Sword Pavilion elders, the Thunder Pavilion elders, the Buddha Pavilion elders, Qian Jizi, Qianli Qingha, Qin Jifu, and the others all came to visit Xiaoyang. They were all worried about Xiaoyang and worried that Xiaoyang would suffer in the middle stream, so they tactfully tried to persuade him. Xiaoyang turned them down and thanked them for their concern, but he wouldn't change his mind. Fang Yuhan, Bu Tianling, Lu Quan, Gu Qingha, and Gu Qingshan also came to visit Xiaoyang. As members of the younger generation, they didn't try to persuade him otherwise. Instead, they encouraged Xiaoyang and hoped that he could become strong as soon as possible so that he could go to the middle stream to find Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang naturally welcomed them and chatted happily with them. After sending off these people, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian appeared by Xiaoyang's side. Moreover, they carried large and small bags on their backs and bowed. Their intentions were very clear. They would accompany Xiaoyang to the middle stream region and live and die together. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he comforted the 2 girls. Although he would head to the middle stream realm within a month, there was still a month's time, so there was no need to rush. Xiaoyang still had important matters to attend to in the poison sect, such as increasing his cultivation. Although his physical body was already at the 3rd level of Wu Zun's, his cultivation was still only at the 1st level. He still needed to increase his cultivation. After coaxing the 2 girls away with great difficulty, the Flying Bull, Flying Xiaonyo, and Dragoness came to find him again. The Flying Bull wanted to thank Xiaoyang for his help and also show concern for Xiaoyang. As for Dragoness, she had come all the way from the Beast Forest, so she probably had other intentions. Why are you guys here too? Xiao Yang looked at them in surprise. Flying Celestial Cow and Flying Xianyo thanked him and expressed their concern. Then they left. They left Dragon Lady alone. Dragoness blushed, embarrassed. She pinched the corner of her dress and lowered her head, whispering. Sovereign Beast said that venerated Xiao is heading to the Middle Stream realm, so he sent me to serve you. This was equivalent to giving Dragoness to Xiao Yang. The meaning of serve depended on how Xiao Yang interpreted it. It could be a woman, or it could be a servant or a maid. Xiao Yang was stunned. He hadn't expected Sovereign Beast to have such an arrangement. He could only decline tactfully and have Dragoness return. The Middle Stream realm was extremely dangerous, so it was better to bring fewer people with him. But Dragoness couldn't leave no matter what. If he spoke too harshly, she'd cry. This left Xiao Yang at his wit's end. You can stay at the sect head's peak for now. Xiao Yang instructed, then left the sect head's peak. When he reappeared, he was already at the Thunder Pavilion. Pavilion Elder Lei, Pavilion Master Lei, and the others knew that Xiao Yang had arrived and came out to greet him. Greetings, young sect head. They bowed respectfully. Xiao Yang nodded and said, I need to enter the Thunder Sea once. You guys can go about your business. Before Xiao Yang was Wu Zun, he had entered the Thunder Pavilion's Thunder Sea. He saw the Thunder Beasts in the Thunder Sea, and even took away many Thunder Beads. At that time he was thinking about the Thunder Beasts, so he planned to enter the Thunder Sea to comprehend the Thunder Law. Young sect head, feel free to use them. Pavilion Master Lei said. Xiao Yang used his movement technique and flew deep into the Thunder Sea. Around him, lightning flashed and dark clouds gathered. In the past, Xiao Yang might have been afraid, but now that he was Wu Zun Stage 3, he had nothing to worry about. Chapter 863. After entering the Thunderbolt Sea, Xiao Yang sensed the lightning within but did not take it to heart. When he saw the Thunderbolt Pearl, he casually took it. Although the Thunderbolt Pearl was not very useful to Xiao Yang, it was very useful to the disciples of the Thunder Pavilion. Roar! There was a roar. Immediately after, a lightning figure slowly flew out from the dark clouds in front of Xiao Yang. It was the Thunderbolt Beast. The Thunderbolt Beast was formed by lightning. Its entire body was surrounded by crackling lightning, which was a shocking sight. It did not have a physical form and could only survive in the lightning. The reason why it roared and rushed over was because it noticed that someone wanted to take the Thunderbolt Pearl. When it came out, it was actually Xiao Yang. Its expression was stunned for a moment before it regained its composure. It obviously had an impression of Xiao Yang. It had seen him before, but it could not do anything to Xiao Yang at that time. One could comprehend the law of thunder from the Thunderbolt Pearl. If one could comprehend it from the Thunderbolt Beast, it would be even easier. That was the reason why Xiao Yang looked for the Thunderbolt Beast. Hi, old friend, long time no see. How are you? Xiao Yang smiled and greeted the Thunderbolt Beast. The Thunderbolt Beast sensed the terrifying aura from Xiao Yang and trembled in fear. It did not dare to move. This was also the effect that Xiao Yang wanted. Therefore, he released Wu Zun's aura to intimidate the Thunderbolt Beast and get it to cooperate with him. Give me half of your Thunderbolt essence. After I master the law of thunder, I can expand your Thunderbolt Sea and draw down more lightning to help you grow. Xiao Yang said calmly. He had come here to grasp the law of lightning, not to play house. The Thunderbolt Beast was naturally unwilling. After all, the essence was hard to come by. If it gave up all its essence, it would be equivalent to dying. Ever since it gained consciousness, it cherished its life very much. However, the current situation did not give it a choice. Xiao Yang was the one who had control of the situation. This was how the world worked. It was survival of the fittest. He blinked, raised his hand, and grabbed at the Thunder Beast. In front of Wu Zun's power and laws, the Thunder Beast was as weak as an ant, unable to resist at all. Thus, Xiao Yang extracted half of the Thunder essence from the Thunder Beast and merged it into his body. As for the Lightning Beast, After losing half of its essence, it had shrunk by half. It was now only about 3 meters tall, and it looked very weak. It seemed that it had suffered heavy injuries. Xiao Yang didn't feel pity for him. He said calmly, "Don't worry. You're a member of the poison sect. Once I succeed, I'll naturally help you." The Thunder Beast did not have the courage to resist at all. It could only lower its head and crawl on the ground. Xiao Yang closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, beginning to comprehend the laws of lightning. With the Thunder Beast's essence and the knowledge and experience from his previous life, he had already deduced the law of thunder in less than 10 breaths' time and had begun to master it. As time passed, Xiao Yang continued to perfect the law of lightning he had comprehended. He also continued to deepen his grasp of it. Half a day passed. Xiao Yang had already grasped 50% of the law of lightning. He stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. There seemed to be lightning swirling in his eyes. He clenched his fist, and there was lightning twining around it. In that moment, Xiao Yang seemed to be the incarnation of lightning. "All right, although I've only grasped 50% of the law of lightning, it's enough." With a wave of his hand, his cultivation base erupted, causing even more dark clouds to gather. Thousands of miles up in the sky, dark clouds began to gather under the influence of the natural laws. Thick and mighty dark clouds blotted out the sky and covered the entire poison sect. Many of the poison sect's members were frightened out of their wits. They thought something big was about to happen. Rumble! A huge torrent of lightning poured down like rain, falling into the sea of lightning and then merging into the sea of lightning. As the Thunder Sea absorbed more and more lightning, the Thunder Beast gradually recovered. The Thunder Sea and the Thunder Beast had a symbiotic relationship. The Thunder Beast was the spirit of the Thunder Sea, and the Thunder Sea was the Thunder Beast's body. As the body gradually grew stronger and expanded, the spirit was naturally nourished as well. It began to become vigorous and lively like a living god. Xiao Yang and the Thunder Beast were enveloped in lightning. They enjoyed the nourishment of the lightning as if it was nutrients that constantly replenished their bodies. Xiao Yang blinked his eyes and glanced at the Thunder Beast. Seeing that the Thunder Beast had recovered, he let out a sigh of relief. At least he had done what he had promised. However, Xiao Yang did not stop using the law of lightning. As the saying goes, a drop of water must be repaid with a gushing spring. Xiao Yang naturally did not mind letting the Thunder Beast grow stronger. In the end, it belonged to the poison sect. Its growth was beneficial to the poison sect. The Thunder Sea absorbed more and more lightning. After the Thunder Beast recovered its previous cultivation base, it even broke through, growing to the terrifying 8th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. In addition to the fact that the Thunder Sea was its body, even a 9th level Martial Ancestor Realm cultivator might not be able to take it down. Xiao Yang stopped using the law of lightning because the Thunder Beast was already full. It would probably sleep for a long time. "I'm leaving, little guy. Let's meet again if fate wills it," Xiao Yang said indifferently as he got up and walked out of the Thunder Sea. The Thunder Beast squeaked as it expressed its gratitude to Xiao Yang. Then it took out dozens of thunder pearls and handed them to Xiao Yang. If it were not for Xiao Yang, it would not have this good fortune. It naturally knew who was good to it. Xiao Yang did not stand on ceremony as he accepted the dozens of thunder pearls. Judging from the law of lightning just now, the Thunder Sea had already advanced, and the number of thunder pearls it produced would increase by several folds. The Thunder Beast personally escorted Xiao Yang out. When they reached the edge of the Thunder Sea, it watched as Xiao Yang left. It blinked its adorable eyes with a reluctant expression. Outside the Thunder Sea, many of the poison sect's higher-ups had already gathered on the Thunder Mountain and the Thunder Tower. They had originally been panicking about what had happened. They only relaxed after they followed the trail to the Thunder Mountain and heard the Thunder Tower Master's explanation. Some of them were waiting here, while others had already left to deal with official matters. As long as it was Xiao Yang who had caused a commotion, They knew it would be beneficial and not harmful. Those who stayed behind saw the changes in the Thunder Sea and were shocked. Then they envied the Thunder Tower Master. After that, they saw a man and a beast walk out. However, the Thunder Beast didn't really leave with Xiaoyang. Instead, it stayed in the Thunder Sea. When the Thunder Tower Master FO, Third Elder, and the others saw the Thunder Beast in the Thunder Sea, they all cried out in shock. Although they knew about the Thunder Sea and Thunder Pearls, they didn't know that the Thunder Sea had already given birth to a Thunder Beast. Seeing the Thunder Beast's powerful aura and extraordinary cultivation base, they all felt apprehensive. Chapter 864. Needless to say, this was all thanks to Xiaoyang. They'd seen with their own eyes how Xiaoyang had attracted a sky full of thunder and lightning, which had been absorbed by the lightning sea. Pavilion Lord Lei chuckled, pleased with himself. As Pavilion Lord Lei, the lightning sea's improvement would bring indescribable benefits to Brother Lei. Moreover, the increased production of the Thunder Pearls would allow Brother Lei's disciples to improve qualitatively. Right now, the Poison Sect, Poison Branch, Sun Moon Star Sect, Dao Sect, Beast Forest, and Beast Mountain were all working together. They could even trade the extra Thunder Pearls to increase their own resources. Many thanks, young sect head. Pavilion Lord Lei hurriedly bowed to Xiaoyang. Congratulations, young sect head. You've broken through again. Third Elder, Elder FO, and the others sensed a change in Xiaoyang's cultivation aura and exclaimed in shock. Their eyes burned with passion. As the young sect head, Xiaoyang's strength was more beneficial to them. Greetings. These are the Thunder Pearls I found on the way. I'll give them to you. It's just a small gift. Xiaoyang waved his hand and sent out the thunder orb he had obtained. Using his cultivation, he split it into a few portions and sent them to each person. They expressed their gratitude once more. Xiaoyang left and returned to the sect head's peak. The sect head and Exquisite saw Xiaoyang's changes and were happy for Xiaoyang. Exquisite even personally cooked a few dishes for Xiaoyang to eat and drink. Of course, Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianqian couldn't avoid freeloading. As for the dragoness, she stood to the side and poured wine for Xiaoyang and the others. Cousin, when are we going to the Jigo sect? Lan Jiaoya smacked her sexy lips as she asked Xiaoyang. She didn't forget to praise Exquisite, saying that her cooking was delicious and that she wanted to eat it for the rest of her life. This made Exquisite even happier. Xiaoyang thought for a moment, then said calmly, "Let's wait a bit." After eating their fill, Lan Jiaoya and the others stayed at the sect head's peak, while Xiaoyang went to the Poison Pavilion. After greeting the Pavilion Master, he entered Poison Insect Valley again. Poison Insect Valley was one of the Poison Sect's 10 great secret realms. Xiaoyang had entered twice and obtained good fortune to come here. Now that he was a peak existence in the lower realm, he had to repay Poison Insect Valley. After entering Poison Insect, he saw many familiar insects, plants, and flowers to grow. To say, they to him, to the poison to grow. Poison to increase, to the point, to grow, to absorb. To say, to poison, to increase, to accelerate, to grow, to say, to the poison. To the poison, to poison of poison, insect poison. To kill, to say, to poison. The poison in Poison Insect Valley was much stronger than before, and the cultivation of the poison beasts inside had increased. To Xiaoyang, who had an innate poison body, he was immune to all poisons. As for the poison beasts, Xiaoyang didn't need to worry about them anymore. Many poison beasts panicked when they saw Xiaoyang's figure and wanted to run away. They remembered Xiaoyang, this demon. Every time Xiaoyang entered, he would extract their poison, making them instinctively afraid. It hadn't been long, but now Xiaoyang had come in again, scaring them into scattering. Xiaoyang smiled. Then he used the greater teleportation technique and teleported all of them in front of him. He smiled and said, "Why are you running? Do you think I'll eat you?" Behave yourselves. It was this move again, and it was so strange again. The poison beasts that had been tortured by Xiaoyang earlier panicked even more. They lay on the ground, not daring to move. Xiaoyang looked at the thousands of poison beasts in front of him and pushed the poison law to the extreme, releasing intense and domineering poison for them to absorb and help them grow. He circulated the heaven-devouring poison art to the extreme, almost resonating with Poison Insect Valley. The poison technique he cultivated was unparalleled in the world, and no one could match it. After half a day of Xiaoyang's help, the poison beasts, poisonous grass, poisonous flowers, and poisonous insects all benefited. Many poison beasts broke through their current realm and soared to the 9th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. Xiaoyang's grasp of the poison law became more proficient. When he left Poison Insect Valley, it seemed like there was a kind will in Poison Insect Valley that was sending Xiaoyang away. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Xiaoyang accompanied the sect master and Linglong occasionally. He would meet with a few friends, such as Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, Gu Qinghe, and others. One morning, Xiaoyang woke up early and packed his luggage. He bid farewell to the sect master and Linglong, preparing to leave the poison sect and head to the Middle Stream region. Master, mistress, disciple is leaving. He knelt on the ground, his face full of reluctance. People needed to grow, and that required them to go through all kinds of difficulties and training in all kinds of environments. Partings and reunions were the norm. Linglong's eyes were a little moist. She knew Xiaoyang had made up his mind, so she could only tell him to be careful. Xiaoyang turned and left the sect master's peak. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and Long Nu were already waiting at the entrance of the sect master's peak. They had already expressed that no matter what, they would follow Xiaoyang to the Middle Stream region. Xiaoyang looked at them helplessly and said, "Slowly, let's go." 2 days later, Xiaoyang's group arrived at the Middle Stream region. The difference between the Middle Stream region and the Lower Stream region was that the spiritual energy here was 3 times denser than the Lower Stream region. Even the most remote and barren regions were full of spiritual energy. The Lower Stream region couldn't compare at all. Wow! The Middle Stream region's spiritual energy is so dense. It's comparable to our secret realms. Lan Jiaoye cried out excitedly. They hadn't encountered any difficulties along the way, so they were even happier now that they were in the Middle Stream region. Although Gu Qianshan was reserved and didn't make any exaggerated movements or use any flowery words, the light in her eyes was enough to show her shock and love for the Middle Stream region. Long Nu stuck out her tongue and said excitedly, "Cultivating for a day in the Middle Stream region is equivalent to cultivating for a week in the Lower Stream region." "Cousin, why don't the sect master and the others come to such a good place?" Lan Jiaoye asked, puzzled. The poison sect had always been diligent and cultivated hard. If the poison sect had such a place to develop from the start, then their achievements wouldn't be any worse than the Jigo sect's. Even if it was a pig, it would still be able to become an expert if it was born in this kind of environment with abundant spiritual energy. The Middle Stream area was vast, dozens of times larger than the Low Stream area. Among the forces entrenched in it, in addition to the giant Jiguang sect, there were also the Fu Shao family and the North Pole sect. As for the other large and small factions, they numbered in the tens of thousands. The Middle Stream region was simply too big. The Jigo sect, Shao family, and Arcturus were only symbolically divided into regions. However, they probably didn't know how many factions there were. Xiaoyang's group was currently in Arcturus's territory. Chapter 865. Arcturus's territory spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers, with tens of thousands of factions. As for Xiaoyang's Arctic town, they probably didn't care about it at all. Or rather, they didn't care about such a remote town at all. Although the Arctic town was small, there were many factions entrenched in it. There were various clans, sects, and organizations. Because it was at the border, there wasn't enough power to govern it, so it was even more chaotic here. Of course, Xiaoyang didn't need to think about this. They were just passers-by. Cousin, you haven't answered me yet. Look, the Middle Stream region's environment is so good, and the spiritual energy is so rich. Wouldn't it be great if the poison sect could develop here? Lan Jiaoye turned to look at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang said, the environment here is good, but it's also very complicated. According to my investigation of the town, the factions entrenched in it are incomparably complicated. They're all intertwined, and there are even larger factions supporting them. So if you want to take root and grow here, you have to be prepared to be destroyed at any time. No one knows what faction you'll provoke next. If you run into a Jigo sect, any one of their disciples would be enough to destroy a sect. Lan Jiaoye felt that it made sense and nodded in alarm. Xiaoyang explained as he walked into the town. There are more than 10 second-rank Wu Zun in this Arctic town. They each lead their own faction and are constantly fighting for territory. It's very chaotic. In the small town, they witnessed a shocking scene. Originally, the people of Mountain and Sea Sect had set up checkpoints in their own territory to collect tolls and taxes from various shops. However, in the next moment, the forces of Blood Demon Sect appeared and wiped them out. Then they replaced their position and began to collect tolls and taxes from the shops. The Blood Demon Sect's people hadn't even warmed up when a new faction appeared. Both sides began to fight and kill each other. In addition, the Mountain Sea Sect's people knew that someone was causing trouble in their territory, so they called in a large number of people and began to counterattack. The other sects watched from the sidelines, ready to take advantage of the situation at any time. Xiaoyang and the others released their spiritual senses and saw everything. They couldn't help but sigh. The Middle Stream region's people were so savage. Although there were battles in the lower reaches, they were far less chaotic and cruel. Big brother Xiaoyang, it's too dangerous here. I think we should take a detour. Gu Qianshan looked at the chaotic battle in the small town and frowned worriedly. That's right, cousin. We don't have to stay here. Lan Jiaoye also left noisily. One had to know that among the forces involved in the battle, the lowest cultivation level was at least at the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm, while the highest was at the 8th or 9th level of the Wu Zun realm. Only Wu Zun had yet to make a move. Flowers like Gu Qianshan, Lan Jiaoye, and Long knew, even if they were at the same level, they wouldn't be a match for them. So, why bother asking for a snub here? Xiaoyang was surprisingly calm. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and a sense of ambition began to burn within him. He said calmly, I've already said that the Middle Stream realm isn't suitable for you. It's not too late to back out now. You can hurry back to the Poison Sect. Otherwise, there's no turning back. No, I don't want to go back. I want to follow you. Lan Jiaoye pouted, her expression resolute. Although it was dangerous here, with Xiaoyang here, she wouldn't be so scared that she would flee. Gu Qianshan was equally resolute. Big brother Xiaoyang, we're willing to die for you. Although this town is scary, it doesn't scare me. Long Nu smiled. This Long Nu is already Venerable Zhao's maid. Naturally, there's no reason for me to leave. Xiaoyang didn't try to persuade her again. He said calmly, I hope you won't regret it. Our rise will begin in this North Pole town. When we look back in the future, you'll be proud of it. Then, the special training for all of you will begin. Xiaoyang calculated the plan in his heart. If he could conquer a territory in the Middle Stream realm, he could bring his master and masteress here. They wouldn't have to be separated and worry about him anymore. There was also the Xiao family in Marshallyang City's Donglin town and the Lan family in Marshallyang City. As long as they were in the Poison Sect's territory, they would have the opportunity to come to the Middle Stream realm and establish themselves there. When Xiaoyang first saw the Middle Stream realm, he had this idea. Now that he saw the chaotic North Pole town, he knew that this was his chance. This idea became even more intense. Big brother Xiaoyang, we'll listen to you. What kind of special training is it? Gu Qianshan looked at Xiaoyang curiously. She felt an unusual temperament from Xiaoyang's body. It was as if his ambition was about to explode. Lan Jiaya looked at Xiaoyang excitedly. It had been a long time since she saw Xiaoyang with such a strong will to fight. She swallowed her saliva and said, "I'm not afraid of death. Cousin, I'll listen to you. This maid will naturally pull you back." Long Nu's face was serious. Me too, me too." The bloodthirsty ice silkworm and flamingo jumped out of Xiaoyang's body one after another, squeaking and cooing. After taking in a breath of the middle stream realm's spiritual energy, they felt as if they had been sublimated. It was very comfortable, and their cultivation had clearly improved. They liked this place very much and naturally didn't want to go back. Xiaoyang didn't hide anything and coldly said, "We'll use our own strength to open up a territory and then let our master, masteress, and other relatives take root here. Why should such a fertile land only be occupied by these venomous people? Our poison sect also has the right to have it." "All right, we'll listen to you." The two girls spoke at the same time. Their ambitions had also been stimulated. The poison sect was like their home. The members of the poison sect were their relatives. The middle stream realm was such a suitable place for cultivation. Why shouldn't they have it? Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and said, "This is your choice. Don't regret it." He continued to explain, "I've already used my divine sense to understand. There are 12 powers in this small town, and they are respectively controlled by 12 level 2 Wu Zun experts. Their background is in the North Pole City. The North Pole City's environment is more chaotic than the small towns. Chaos and war are the only hope for us to rise." The three girls' beautiful eyes were overflowing with colors, and their fighting spirit was high. Xiaoyang glanced at them and checked their cultivation realms. Lan Jiaya, Gu Qianshan, Long Nu, and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm were all level 6 martial great masters. Only Flamingo was level 7 martial great master. It was too naive to think that they could sweep through the North Pole City with this little power. Xiaoyang frowned and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly saying, "There's a cultivation area in the North Pole City. Let's go cultivate there first and raise our cultivation. After cultivating, no matter how much you've improved, you must start fighting." Chapter 866. "Okay, we'll listen to you." Lan Jiaoye and the others nodded and left with Xiaoyang. As for the bloody battle between the forces behind them, they didn't give it a second glance. Anyway, when two tigers fight, the fisherman benefits. They didn't mind letting them fight. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that Xiaoyang saw it very clearly. On the surface, it was a battle between these forces, but in reality, there were 12 second-stage Wu Zun controllers behind them. In this world, strength was everything. If Xiaoyang needed, he could definitely control these 12 second-stage Wu Zun controllers. However, this way, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others wouldn't be able to gain experience. Xiaoyang planned to let them participate in the real battle. This way, they would grow faster. Cultivation Valley. Xiaoyang and the others came here. There were people standing guard outside the valley, and there were people cultivating in the cave inside the valley. Outside, they could feel that the spiritual energy inside the valley was more than 10 times denser than outside. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan couldn't help but feel their hearts beating fast. "Hello, I need 3 cave residences for cultivation," Xiaoyang said to the guard outside the valley. The shop assistant in charge of business raised his head, looked at Xiaoyang and the others, and said lightly, "Low-level caves, 1,000 spirit stones per hour per person. Mid-level caves, 5,000 spirit stones per hour per person. High-level caves, 10,000 spirit stones per hour per person. How many caves do you want? Do you want one?" Xiaoyang took a deep breath. He didn't expect the cultivation place in this North Pole town to be so expensive. However, looking at the dense spiritual energy inside, he felt that it was worth it. 5 people, mid-level caves. Time is not certain. I'll leave the spirit stones here. You can accept them. Xiaoyang took out a large amount of spirit stones from his storage ring and put it on the other side's table. The other side's table couldn't hold it. The spirit stones were piled up like a small mountain, releasing dense spiritual energy. This made the worker's eyes shine. He hurriedly stood up, and a smile appeared on his face. He bowed and said, "Guests, please come in." Xiao Yang instructed Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and the others, "The 5 of you can go in. Don't feel pressured. Cultivate slowly and strive to break through and increase your cultivation. The higher your cultivation, the higher your chances of survival." "Okay, we're going in. But what about you, big brother Xiaoyang?" Gu Qianqian asked. Xiaoyang knew that if he didn't answer them, they wouldn't go in. He didn't try to hide it and calmly said, "I've always been cultivating the art of poison. As long as I have enough poison, I can increase my cultivation. If I want to absorb spiritual qi, I have to spend time to convert it through my poison veins." Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were relieved. They entered the cultivation valley one after another, chose a middle-grade cave abode, and began to cultivate. Xiaoyang was waiting for them outside the cultivation valley. Because of his huge expenditure, the cultivation valley even provided a place to rest. He wasn't waiting for nothing. He was also constantly comprehending the laws. For example, the law of cultivation. After reaching the second stage of Wu Zun, he understood the importance of the law of cultivation. It was no longer a matter of absorbing spiritual qi or poison, but a matter of comprehending and controlling the law. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yang's mastery of the law of cultivation increased from 20% to 50%. His words, actions, and actions were all like he was cultivating. His cultivation was also constantly improving. This was the importance of the law of cultivation. He stopped cultivating and released his divine sense. He sensed Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and the others coming out. They followed the guidance of the people in the cultivation valley and arrived in front of Xiaoyang. They were all proud and said happily, "Cousin, we've all improved a lot." "What's my cultivation?" Being able to break through and increase one's cultivation was something to be proud of and excited about. If they could obtain the recognition of their relatives, it would give them a greater sense of accomplishment. Xiaoyang smiled and nodded, "Not bad. I broke through 2 stages and am now at the 8th stage of the martial ancestor realm. But with this strength, I'm still cannon fodder in the middle realm. I still need to work harder." Lan Jiaoye was originally very happy, but when she heard the word cannon fodder, she immediately became unhappy. With this cultivation speed and realm, she could be considered a proud daughter of heaven in the poison sect. She could also be considered a strong expert, but this was the middle realm. Didn't he see? A 7th or 8th stage martial ancestor realm existence was just a small fry in a gang. They were existences that charged and broke through enemy lines. Originally, Gu Qianqian long knew, and the others wanted to show off and get a good impression of Xiaoyang. After all, they had broken through 2 stages of cultivation. But after seeing this, they no longer had the intention to show off. The bloodthirsty ice worm flew to Xiao Yang's shoulder. The flamingo cooed a few times and also landed on the other shoulder. Xiao Yang's expression was indifferent as he said calmly, "According to the previous plan, you can start fighting. Break through in the battle. If you can't win, run. I won't make a move. You might die. Only death will stimulate your potential. Of course, you can regret it. Now is your last chance. After walking out of here, I will bring you to the Blood Demon Church's territory and fight with them." Xiao Yang's killing intent was awe-inspiring. His battle intent was dense and his determination was firm. "Let's fight." Lan Jiaoye raised her head and puffed out her chest without fear. The group left the cultivation valley and headed towards the Blood Demon Church's territory. This could be considered as training for Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and the others. Otherwise, Xiaoyang could totally conquer the North Pole town alone. His absolute strength was here. As for schemes, they would probably only be used in the North Pole town. If things could be solved with fists, there was no need to resort to schemes. The Blood Demon Church occupied a lot of industries and territory in the North Pole town. The main industries were 3 restaurants, 2 inns, and 1 tea house. The territory was 3,000 feet around these industries. Actually, it wasn't accurate to describe the territory as 3,000 feet. This was because the territory was constantly changing. Many factions were fighting for it 24 hours a day and never stopped. The main force of the Blood Demon Church had already been sent out to fight. About 1/3 of the battle force was left to guard the nest. As for the other members of the Blood Demon Church, they were only in charge of business and service. They didn't have any battle strength. Xiao Yang chose one of the 3 restaurants of the Blood Demon Church. It was called the Blood Demon Tower. It was the largest, most luxurious, and had the highest turnover among the 3. Xiao Yang didn't show himself. He only sent the Dragon Lady, Lan Jiaoya, and Gu Qianshan. When they reached the entrance of the Blood Demon Tower, a waiter walked up enthusiastically and asked, "Sir, are you here for a meal or a place to stay?" The Dragon Lady chuckled and stared coldly at the waiter. She said indifferently, "The Mountain Sea sect hired us to cause trouble here. We're doing things for the money. I hope you don't make it difficult for us." Chapter 867. Did the Mountain and Sea sect send you here? How dare you cause trouble in the territory of the Blood Demon Church? I'm afraid you're tired of living. Following the shout of the Blood Demon Church member, a large group of Blood Demon Church members rushed out of the Blood Demon restaurant. There were 20 to 30 of them. Every one of them was a level 5 martial arts grandmaster, and the highest was a level 9 martial arts grandmaster. "Kill them!" A waiter of the Blood Demon restaurant roared. He took the lead and attacked Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and the others. However, his cultivation was not high. He was only a level 6 martial arts grandmaster. Before he could reach Gu Qianshan, he was sent flying by a strong force. "Just you? You're not qualified." Gu Qianshan smiled coldly. Almost all of them were level 8 martial arts grandmasters. Among the Blood Demon Church members, other than a few of them, the rest were not worth looking at. Lan Jiaoya threw out the whip in her hand and shouted. Then she poured her cultivation into the whip. The whip suddenly expanded like a long dragon. As she swept out, 3 or 4 members of the Blood Demon Church were knocked to the ground in an instant. The Dragon Lady was not to be trifled with. After advancing to the 8th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, she seemed to have unearthed her potential. She opened her mouth and spat out a large amount of water. The water surged violently and struck the enemies. 5 or 6 members of the Blood Demon Church were slammed to the ground. The bloodthirsty ice silkworm used its extreme speed to move around the enemies. It continuously released poison and poisoned them to the ground. Fiery Bird spat out a large amount of flames. The flames burned and burned a few Blood Demon Church members. After a round of fighting, the Blood Demon Church members suffered heavy losses. Almost 30 experts were injured or disabled. It was unbearable to look at. On the other hand, Gu Qianshan, Lan Jiaoya, and the others did not even have their clothes dirty. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was obvious. In the Blood Demon restaurant, there were only 5 people who could still fight. One of them was a level 9 martial arts grandmaster and was restrained by Fiery Bird. The remaining 4 were level 8 martial arts grandmasters and were restrained by Lan Jiaoya and the others. Seeing that the number of people on both sides were about the same, a battle was inevitable. However, they all understood that Blood Devil Restaurant would suffer a great loss in this battle. They simply couldn't compare to Lan Jiaoya and the others. The man from the Blood Demon Restaurant asked coldly, "Who are you people?" "The Mountain and Sea sect doesn't have people like you. If he did, he would have let you out long ago. He wouldn't be in such a difficult situation now." The expert named Shui Dan frowned as he scrutinized Gu Qianshan and the others. Lan Jiaoya snorted and said, "What are you talking about? The Mountain and Sea sect hired us. Can't I do that? The dragon lady chuckled as well. Her face was full of disdain as she mocked. There's no point in saying all this. This is an era where the strong are respected. The weak will definitely be hurt. If you don't like it, then come at me. Blood One Dan wore a strained expression on his face. If he could defeat Tangwulin, then he would have attacked him a long time ago instead of wasting time here. Now they could only delay and wait for the main forces of the Blood Demon Church to return and provide support. Now that they were humiliated by Lan Jiaoye and the others, they also felt uncomfortable. As one of the 12 great sects of the North Pole town in the Middle Stream region, now that someone had come knocking on their door and provoked them in such a way, it was too unbearable. However, even if it was unbearable, what could they do? Tangwulin's strength was outstanding, and they couldn't defeat him. Blood One Dan said sullenly, "Let me tell you, don't be so arrogant. The main force of the Blood Demon Church will be back soon. When that time comes, you won't be able to bear the consequences. I advise you to get lost quickly. I'm afraid you won't live to see the day when the main force returns. I'll kill you first." The flamingo cooed in beast language. Then it flapped its wings and spat out the void flame. This flame wasn't fire but poison. It was extremely poisonous. Xiaoyang had once used the void flame to increase his cultivation. Blood One Dan's face was full of worry, and his brows were almost knitted together. Seeing that the other party still wanted to fight, he could only brace himself. "Humph! How can a mere flame be a problem for me?" Blood One Dan said coldly. He didn't put the flamingo's void flame in his eyes at all. He used a martial art technique and condensed a light barrier in front of him, blocking the attack of the void flame. However, his light barrier didn't last for too long and was immediately burned to ashes by the flame. Seeing this situation, Blood One Dan's expression changed greatly. He felt that the flamingo's flame was too terrifying and wasn't an ordinary flame. He hurriedly condensed a defensive light barrier to protect himself. Then he used a movement technique and left the place in an attempt to block the flamingo's attack. "Want to run?" "Not a chance." The flamingo cooed again and hurriedly chased after him. It was a flying bird, and its speed was one of the best in the same realm. Blood One Dan, who was dodging, couldn't compare to it at all. In less than 2 breaths, it caught up to Blood One Dan. "Damn it! You bastard! Do you really want to force me to my death? Then I'll show you." Seeing that he couldn't run anymore, Blood One Dan roared fiercely at the flamingo. Then he used a martial art technique with shocking lethality to attack the flamingo. At the very least, he wanted to exchange his life for the flamingo's. The flamingo cooed and saw the ball of light in front of it, enveloping it. It was so frightened that its feathers stood on end, and it hurriedly dodged. After narrowly dodging Blood One Dan's attack, the flamingo, who had brushed shoulders with death, was instantly enraged. It exploded with unprecedented speed. With a cooing sound, it instantly closed in on Blood One Dan. Then it opened its beak and spat out the void flame again, completely enveloping Blood One Dan. Blood One Dan's expression changed greatly. His expression was one of terror, and his eyes were filled with fear. He cried out in shock. No, the outcome didn't change. Blood One Dan was burned to ashes by the flamingo's void flame. "Humph! Who told you to provoke me? Who told you to be arrogant?" The flamingo proudly descended and landed beside Gu Qianshan and the others. Its small eyes stared at the members of the Blood Demon Church in front of it with evil intentions. The 4 members of the Blood Demon Church, who were martial grandmasters of the 8th level, didn't dare to be arrogant. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. They subconsciously took a few steps back. "The few of you, submit or die." The dragon girl put her hands on her hips and raised her beautiful head proudly as she spoke. "We." One of them hesitated with a conflicted expression. One had to know that he was now a member of the Blood Demon Church, and his status wasn't low. If he chose to submit, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Blood Demon Church? No one liked traitors, and the Blood Demon Church was no exception. If he submitted to Lan Jiaoye and the others, the Blood Demon Church would definitely hunt him down to the end. This was really a dilemma. Go quickly. One of them shouted and immediately turned to leave. Chapter 868. Since it was a man's choice, there was no need to choose. Once they escaped, they would be heroes again. The 4 8th level martial arts grandmasters of the Blood Demon Church thought proudly. In an instant, they escaped in 4 different directions. From this, it could be seen that they had a tacit understanding. Want to run? Not a chance. Lan Jiaoye shouted, and the whip in her hand flew out in a flash. The whip flew in the air like a dragon, and it instantly caught up to one of the people and grabbed his leg. Then, Lan Jiaoye used her movement technique to catch up. She used a martial technique and attacked. The martial arts Grandmaster Level 8 expert was severely injured and fell from the sky. The bloodthirsty iceworm, flamingo, and dragon lady caught up with their targets, one after another. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 4 members of the Blood Demon Church who wanted to escape were all beaten down and severely injured. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now you have no choice. Flamingo's bestial nature was exposed as it cooed in beast language. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed the 4 people. The remaining minions and disabled soldiers panicked when they saw the bloodthirsty iceworm and the others were so fierce. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. They also expressed that they would leave the Blood Demon Church and submit to the bloodthirsty iceworm. Dragon Lady smiled happily and said, "Hand over your soul blood and we will spare your lives. You can continue to manage the Blood Demon Restaurant as long as you listen to us." These 5th and 6th level martial arts grandmasters naturally didn't dare to take any chances. They took out their soul blood and handed it to the bloodthirsty iceworm and the others. Even 8th or 9th level martial arts grandmasters couldn't escape, let alone them. They didn't dare to act recklessly, even if the Blood Demon Church wasn't satisfied. So what? The law couldn't punish the majority. Could the Blood Demon Church kill them all? Very good. After Lan Jiaoye received the soul blood, she said happily. Controlling the soul blood was equivalent to holding their lives in her hands. Naturally, it was worth being excited. Now we're on the same boat. Let me tell you, choosing us is a blessing for you. In the future, you will have endless glory and wealth. You will have endless cultivation resources. She had given these defectors a shot in the arm, making them feel a little more confident. Now, tell us everything about the Blood Demon Church. Lan Jiaoye said coldly. These people who had offered up their soul, blood, naturally did not dare to disobey. They told him everything about the Blood Demon Church's properties, the number of people, the combat power, the distribution of people, and the conflicts they had with a certain force. Lan Jiaoye frowned. Gu Qianqian also frowned. From the information provided by these people, it was known that apart from a Stage 2 expert, Wu Zun, in the Blood Demon Church, there were 2 other Wu Zun. The bloodthirsty iceworm, flamingo, and Lan Jiaoye were only at the martial ancestor realm. They had not reached Wu Zun's level yet. If Wu Zun were to make a move, they would not be a match for him. At this moment, a figure slowly walked over from not far away. It was Xiaoyang, cousin. Big brother Xiaoyang, master. Lan Jiaoye long knew, and the others hurriedly greeted Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang nodded at them and said, "You all did well. We have passed this round. From now on, the Blood Demon Restaurant is ours. Let's move in." Many of the Blood Demon Restaurant's waiters widened their eyes and looked at Xiaoyang in shock. The bloodthirsty iceworm and flamingo were already terrifying enough. They did not expect there to be an even more unfathomable existence. They hurriedly followed into the Blood Demon Restaurant. The Blood Demon Restaurant was officially open for business. There were still many guests in the restaurant. These guests did not make a fuss about the changes in the Blood Demon Restaurant. Instead, they felt it was very normal. In the North Pole town, territories and properties changed owners frequently. They were already used to it and did not find it strange. If the North Pole town calmed down one day and was no longer chaotic, they would feel strange. Long knew, you will be the shopkeeper of the Blood Demon restaurant in the future. Go and check the accounts first. After entering the restaurant, Xiao Yang instructed Long Nu, who was standing next to him. Long Nu was unable to contain her joy. She nodded and walked away in high spirits. After a while, she returned and reported to Xiao Yang, "Young master, I just checked. The restaurant's daily profit is 10,000 spirit stones. Currently, there are 100,000 spirit stones in the inventory." Xiao Yang pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? Take out 5,000 spirit stones as a reward for the waiters who have just joined the restaurant. In addition, each of you will take 10,000 spirit stones to cultivate. In this world, only powerful cultivators and strength can bring protection to themselves. Only then can they have a large territory and more cultivation resources." Xiao Yang lectured with a serious expression. Take the North Pole town, for example. The 12 factions were constantly fighting and killing each other. There was no such thing as good or evil. It was nothing more than the difference in strength and the size of the faction. As long as the town was not unified, it would continue to be chaotic as usual. No one knew how many townspeople had been harmed and how many innocent people had been implicated. This was also why Xiao Yang wanted to make an example out of the Blood Demon sect. His goal was simple: conquer the 12 factions and unify the North Pole town. This way, the townspeople would no longer be harmed and would no longer have to live in fear day and night. In order to ensure that the town received strong protection and not be disturbed by other factions, as well as a better cultivation environment for the Poison sect, he decided to send some members of the Poison sect up here. In order to achieve this goal, he needed powerful subordinates and powerful followers. Thus, it was necessary to use this opportunity to temper Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaoye, and the others. All right, we'll go first. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and the others proudly walked away. Inside the restaurant, the other customers were discussing in low voices. Who are those people? They actually have the guts to rob the Blood Demon sect's restaurant. That's right, they're really bold. Newborn, calves aren't afraid of tigers. Aren't they worried that the Blood Demon sect's main force will kill them? Even the Mountain Sea sect isn't as crazy as them. She'll lower your voice. Their cultivation bases aren't bad. Let's not let them hear you and avoid trouble. The other customers looked cautious. After about half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, heavy footsteps came from outside the restaurant. There was also the whistling of the wind. The Blood Demon sect's main force had returned. There were 50 to 60 people on foot and 20 to 30 flying. Hearing the commotion, the other customers started discussing again. Hiss! The guests were shocked, and the sound of them gasping could be heard. Chapter 869. Did you hear that? The main force of the Blood Demon Church is back. There's going to be a good show again. These guys shouldn't be able to withstand one move from the Blood Demon Church. There are experts in the Blood Demon Church, and they have countless generals under their command. The guests glanced at Xiao Yang from time to time. Xiao Yang naturally heard their discussion, but he didn't take it to heart. He didn't even look at the main force of the Blood Demon Church outside. Not to mention that Wu Zun's physical body was at rank 3 cultivation. Wu Zun's rank 2 cultivation was enough to run rampant in the entire North Pole town. He didn't deal with them now because he wanted to give Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaoye, and the rest a chance to gain experience. The thief inside, come out for this bloodlord. This is outrageous. You actually dared to kill your way into my sect's headquarters. Outside the Blood Demon restaurant, the Blood Demon Lord roared furiously and released a strong aura that made people respect him. The murderous intent in his words was extremely strong and made people terrified. The guests who were close to Xiao Yang also distanced themselves from Xiao Yang. They didn't dare to get too close to avoid being implicated. Who dares to cause trouble in front of me? Are you tired of living? Dragon Girl, Lan Jiaoye, and the rest heard the shouts and immediately walked out. They arrived at the entrance of the restaurant and looked coldly at the hundreds of members of the Blood Demon Church. Among the hundreds of people, there were more than 10 martial Ancestor Realm. There were 6 or 7 martial Ancestor Realm 9. Wu Zun had 2 rank 1, and Wu Zun had 1 rank 2. After seeing such a shocking lineup, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and Dragon Girl's expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with fear. What they were worried about had finally happened. You small fries came to cause trouble in the restaurant of the Blood Demon Church? I think you're courting death. The Blood Demon Lord spoke fiercely. His expression was cold, and his body released a strong, murderous aura. When he found out about the situation in the restaurant, he thought it was an attack from a large sect. Hence, he gave up on the territory that was close to his mouth and rushed back with his army. He didn't expect that it was just a few brats who hadn't grown up yet. He was almost angered to death. Die, all of you! You've killed my sect's disciples. You'll pay with your lives. The Blood Lord snorted coldly and immediately unleashed Wu Zun's cultivation, condensing a shocking power to attack. Now that things had escalated to this point, there was no need to say anything more. They could only fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The number of people you've killed isn't enough. Humph. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others were not afraid. They all revolved their cultivation and used their martial skills to block the opponent's attack. The bloodthirsty Ice Silkworm and Flamingo also quickly launched their attacks, releasing poison and flames. Humph, you don't even have a single Wu Zun. To think that I was afraid of you. The Blood Lord sneered and was even more disdainful of them. Originally, he had only used 70% of his strength, leaving 30% to prevent Wu Zun from launching a surprise attack. But now that the other party had revealed his full strength, there was no need to hide anymore. Die! He roared, condensed a large saber, and slashed down. Gu Qianshan, Lan Jiaoye, and the others already found it hard to bear with 70% of his strength, let alone 10% of his strength now. It should be known that those below Wu Zun were all ants, not to mention the difference of 2 realms. Puff! Bang! Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others were no match for him. Under the opponent's full strength, they were immediately repelled. Their entire bodies flew out and crashed into the big restaurant behind them, making a dull sound. Flamingo held on for a little longer, but in the end it was also defeated. Looking at the few people in front of him who were injured and fell to the ground, the Blood Lord sneered. He was high-spirited and arrogant. He waved his hand and said to the members of the Blood Demon Church behind him, "Come, all of you go and control them. I want to interrogate them properly. Who gave them the courage to come to our territory and cause trouble?" Yes, the subordinates behind him were all excited and stepped forward. However, before they could get close to Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others, they were immediately repelled by an unknown force. Then a figure slowly appeared at the door. This person was wearing a white robe and had a jade-like face. There was no fluctuation of cultivation on him, and he looked unfathomable. "Who is it? Are you here to act mysterious?" The Blood Lord was instantly furious. He scolded Xiaoyang, his face full of hatred. This person must be the culprit who provoked the Blood Demon Church. He thought coldly. Xiaoyang looked at the scene in front of him calmly and said slowly, "From today onwards, this Blood Demon restaurant belongs to me. None of you are allowed to cause trouble here." Haha! Hearing this, the Blood Lord was the first to laugh out loud. He laughed wildly. Following his laughter, the members of the Blood Demon Church behind him couldn't help but laugh too. Who was this silly kid in front of them? He was so rash. Could it be that he couldn't see the situation in front of him? It was already at this stage, and he was still acting tough. He was simply courting death. Kid, how dare you? Do you know where this place is? Let me tell you, this is one of the headquarters of the Blood Demon Church. How dare you say such bold words here? Today it's either you or me. The Blood Lord laughed for a while. Then he stared at Xiaoyang fiercely and roared at Xiaoyang. He started to operate his cultivation and released a shocking aura. Wu Zun's aura was released, and it covered a radius of 100 feet. The guests in the restaurant felt pressured. However, Xiaoyang didn't take it seriously. It was just Wu Zun. He could destroy him easily. Did my words go in one ear and out the other? All right, I'll fulfill your wish. As Xiaoyang finished his words, he activated the law of poison. There was a slight fluctuation in the air, and a pungent smell was released into the nose of the Blood Lord. The Blood Lord's face changed. His eyes were filled with fear, and his face was pale. His body couldn't help but tremble as he staggered backward. In that moment just now, he had received a terrifying attack for no apparent reason. He was poisoned. The poison was very strong and overbearing. He operated his cultivation with all his might and wanted to force the poison out of his body. After realizing that he couldn't force it out, his heart sank and he tried to suppress the poison. However, the poison was extremely strong and couldn't be suppressed. Instead, it became more intense as he operated his cultivation. The poison spread throughout his body and invaded his internal organs. No. He opened his mouth and let out a blood-curdling scream. He felt a burning sensation in his throat, and then he couldn't help but spit out blood. The black blood sprayed into the air and fell down like water droplets. This scene was tragic and magnificent, and many people who saw it felt their hearts palpitate. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 870. His mouth contained the heavenly law, and his words were the law. Xiaoyang was the kind of person. At this level, it was no longer a battle between martial skills. It was the use of the Dharma. Blood revered Lord. Reverend Hong and Kaiser Blood's faces changed when they saw Blood revered Lord. They rushed forward to check on him. There were 3 great Wu Zun in Blood Demon Church. Besides Blood revered Lord and Reverend Hong, who were rank 1 Wu Zun, there was also Kaiser Blood, who was rank 2 Wu Zun. In the battle just now, Blood revered Lord and Reverend Hong did not see how Xiaoyang attacked. Only Kaiser Blood understood Xiaoyang's will. It was the use of the Dharma. Since he was rank 2 Wu Zun, he could use some Dharma too. However, the Dharma he grasped was very little and he was not familiar with it. Seeing that Blood revered Lord was about to die from the poison, he quickly took out many antidote pills from his storage ring and fed them to Blood revered Lord. Then he used the 20% of his detoxification Dharma to heal Blood revered Lord. Blood revered Lord's injuries stabilized and did not worsen. However, there were no signs of improvement. He was severely injured and would rather die. Kaiser Blood's middle-aged face was filled with worry. His brows were tightly furrowed. He knew that Xiaoyang was a top expert and he was not someone they could deal with. Only Xiaoyang could save Blood revered Lord. He who started the trouble should end it. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with the next matter, he heard Honored Master Hong yelling angrily at Xiaoyang. "Damn it, bastard! What did you do to the Blood-honored master?" His anger erupted, and his cultivation began to revolve. Baleful energy became thick, and he wanted to attack Xiaoyang as well. "Kaiser Blood, we can't let him go easily. We have to take revenge for Blood, revered Lord." Reverend Hong knew that he could not defeat Xiaoyang. Hence, he urged Kaiser Blood to help him. If the 2 of them joined forces, he was confident that he could fight Xiaoyang. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped by Kaiser Blood. He looked at Kaiser Blood in confusion, not knowing why he had slapped him. Kaiser Blood then said slowly, "Bullsh**T, scram, don't make a ruckus here. That's your senior, do you understand? You have to respect your seniors." After the Blood Bishop finished lecturing Honored Master Hong, he looked at Xiaoyang humbly. His face revealed a fawning smile as he bowed and said, "Senior, my brother is immature. Please forgive him. Also, I don't know how the Blood Lord made you unhappy. I apologize to you on his behalf. In order to express my apology, I am willing to give you the Blood Demon Restaurant. I hope that you can save the Blood Lord." Kaiser Blood's words were pleasant to the ears, and there was no reason for anyone to reject him. However, honored Master Hong could not stand it. Since when had their blood demon church suffered such humiliation? He did not like Kaiser Blood's actions. However, because Kaiser Blood's status was higher than his, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction. Although the Blood Lord was severely injured, his mind was still clear. He knew that Kaiser Blood had done this to save him, and he was very grateful. He also knew that Xiaoyang was unfathomable and was not someone he could deal with. He wanted to advise honored Master Hong not to be rash. However, he was severely injured and did not even have the strength to speak. He could not even open his eyes. Xiaoyang looked at the tactful Kaiser Blood and his smile widened. After thinking for a while, he realized that he had taken their restaurant and killed their people. He felt a little apologetic about it. Although the Blood Demon Church was cruel and merciless, and everyone had the right to punish them, Xiaoyang still felt guilty. Seeing that Kaiser Blood was sensible, Xiaoyang did not want to make a big deal out of it. He waved his hand and activated the poison precept. He extracted all the poison that had been released and returned the Blood Lord a clean body. Poof! The Blood Lord could not help but aggravate his injuries. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. He even screamed. This made honored Elder Hong even more worried. Her expression was serious as she looked at Xiaoyang with suspicion. On the contrary, Kaiser Blood smiled and his expression relaxed. His furrowed brows relaxed as well. He looked at Xiaoyang gratefully and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your generosity." As the person with the highest cultivation in the Blood Demon Church, he could naturally see that the poison on the Blood Lord had been removed. Although his injuries were still serious, he could recover with some rest. Blood Lord, try to circulate your cultivation to stabilize your injuries. Kaiser Blood instructed. The Blood Lord also felt more relaxed. After hearing Kaiser Blood's words, he did not hesitate to circulate his cultivation. Under the effect of his cultivation, his injuries were stabilized and did not worsen. "Thank you, Kaiser Blood. Thank you, Senior, for not killing me." He struggled to stand up and thanked Kaiser Blood and Xiaoyang. "Senior, Kaiser Blood, thank you. We will leave now. If you need anything in the future, just let us know." Kaiser Blood cupped his fists at Xiaoyang and prepared to leave. The reason why he said that was to show his goodwill to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang coughed and said calmly, "I heard that you have been at loggerheads with the Mountain and Sea sect recently. How about this? I will go back to the Mountain and Sea sect to learn from you. This will reduce the pressure on you." "Thank you, Senior." In the Mountain and Sea sect, there is an inn called the Mountain and Sea Inn. It is the most fertile and profitable inn. Goodbye. Let's go. After Kaiser Blood explained to Xiaoyang, he left with the rest of the Blood Demon Church members. After they were far away, Kaiser Blood looked at Honored Master Hong and said, "Honored Master Hong, that young man is not someone you and I can deal with. Even the whole Blood Demon Church would not be able to do anything to him. This is why I gave in." "Then why did you give up the Blood Demon Inn? That is one of our main sources of income. Without him, the Mountain and Sea sect will be weakened by at least 30%. Honored Master Hong complained. Before the Blood Kaiser could explain, the Blood Kaiser said, "Red Kaiser, the Blood Devil restaurant has already been decided by that senior. Regardless of whether we give it to him or not, he's going to take it. That's why the Blood Kaiser decided to give it to him as a favor. You heard that he's going to take revenge on the Mountain and Sea sect for us." Honored Master Hong was relieved. It turned out that he was too narrow-minded. "Don't worry, I have other plans. We can only let him keep the blood demon in for now. After he offends the mountain and sea sect, the 12 sects of the North Pole town can unite and drive them away. Kaiser Blood's eyes flashed with a calculating light as he spoke slowly. He was a dignified Kaiser Blood. How could he be so easy to deal with? Kaiser Blood is wise. Honored Master Hong was in awe. Kaiser Blood is mighty. Honored Master Hong was also in awe. Chapter 871. Inside the inn, Lanja looked at Xiaoyang happily and asked, "Cousin, from now on, this blood demon belongs to us?" She was very excited, and her pretty face was filled with a happy smile. She was also standing at the door just now, so she was very clear about what had happened outside. She saw everything with her eyes. When they asked for this inn, they didn't get the approval of the higher-ups of the Blood Demon Church. However, after seeing Xiaoyang's true strength, the higher-ups of the Blood Demon Church sincerely gave this inn to them. From a tacit understanding and agreement, this was the real ownership of the inn. Gu Qianqian gently pursed her lips into a smile and softly said, "Jiaoyi, this restaurant is already under your control. Why don't you believe me? With big brother Xiaoyang here, do you think they would dare to cause trouble?" The dragoness was also smiling proudly. She wasn't laughing at anyone, but was happy for herself. One had to know that Xiaoyang had trained her to be the manager of the inn from the beginning. As for the bloodthirsty iceworm and fiery bird, they weren't interested in such things. After sitting for a while, Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he said calmly, "It's time to move out again. Conquering the entire North Pole town is our first goal. A mere blood demon restaurant is nothing. The Blood Demon Church has 3 big inns, not to mention other businesses. Compared to them, we are far behind." "Yes, cousin is right. We'll listen to cousin." Lan Jiaya was the first to express her opinion. She was very excited and happy. Gu Qianqian and the dragoness blinked their beautiful eyes, and their eyes flashed with light. They looked love-struck. The group rested for a while and walked out of the Blood Demon Inn, heading toward the Mountain Sea Sect's territory. According to the Blood Kaiser, the Mountain Sea Sect had an inn that was very fertile. It was very profitable and had a lot of customers. Xiaoyang remembered it. Mountain Sea Inn. This was their destination. In less than half a cup of tea's time, they arrived at the entrance of the Mountain Sea Inn. Dragoness put her hands on her hips and exuded a domineering aura. She shouted, "Boss of the Mountain Sea Inn, come out. We're here to pick a fight. If you don't act arrogantly, people might treat you as a guest." The waiter of the Mountain Sea Inn immediately walked out. Although he was still a few steps away, a warm smile appeared on his face. His smile even narrowed his eyes. "Oh, these guests, welcome, welcome. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. These guests can't slap me for no reason, right?" The waiter thought. "Scram, go find your shopkeeper and tell him that we are from the Blood Demon Church." Lan Jiaoye flicked the whip in her hand. The tail of the whip curled up in the air and made a paw sound, demonstrating her power to the inn workers. This immediately frightened the inn worker. Knowing that Lan Jiaoye's group had bad intentions, the smile on his face disappeared. With a cold expression, he glared at Lan Jiaoye's group and threatened, "I advise you to quickly scram. Of all the places to cause trouble, you just had to come here to cause trouble. Don't you know that even the Blood Demon Church doesn't dare to go too far? Humph, you don't have the right to speak here. Hurry up and go inform the shopkeeper." Lan Jiaoye wasn't polite. With a fierce face, she shouted and slapped the waiter, urging him to hurry up. "Wait for me. If you have the guts, don't run." The waiter was slapped, and his cheek was burning with pain. After saying those words, he hurriedly ran into the inn, ready to call for help. Not long after, an experienced and prudent shopkeeper came out with a large group of mountain and sea sect members. "Are you from the Blood Demon Church? Are you here to cause trouble?" The shopkeeper of the Mountain Sea Inn stared at Xiaoyang's group with displeasure. Xiao Yang lowered his head and stood behind Dragon Lady and the others. This wasn't to say that she was afraid. She just gave the opportunity to Dragon Lady, Lan Jiaoya and the others. If she directly let Xiao Yang take action, then they would have nothing to do. That's right. The Blood Demon Church paid the price of an inn for us to come and greet you, Lan Jiaoya said, as if it was a matter of course. What do you want? The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes, releasing killing intent as he asked. What do you want? Of course, we'll occupy your inn. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and give it up. Lan Jiaoya's righteousness was awe-inspiring, as if she would definitely get what she wanted. Haha, the people of the mountain sea and laughed. They laughed without restraint, and also laughed at the ignorance of Lan Jiaoya and the others. The Mountain Sea sect was like a huge monster in the North Pole town. These few youngsters wanted to snatch their territory? Could they be fools? You're being used by the Blood Demon Church. I'll kindly remind you, so that you won't be counting money for them. After laughing for a while, the shopkeeper began to drive a wedge between Xiao Yang's group and the Blood Demon Church. However, Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and the others showed indifferent expressions. They weren't on the same side as the Blood Demon Church, so there was no need to drive a wedge or use. Your people, if you're willing to submit, offer your soul blood. If you're not willing to submit, then scram. If you don't, then don't blame us for being impolite. If you want to blame someone, then blame the Blood Demon Church. They hired us. Lan Jiaoya was really drawing hatred, using the name of the Blood Demon Church to bully others. Courting death. The shopkeeper was immediately angry. He shouted and waved his hand. The people behind him immediately walked up one by one, releasing the aura of experts. Their eyes were fierce, and their killing intent was intense. No one had ever dared to find trouble here. Even their old enemy, the Blood Demon Church, didn't dare to enter this place, let alone a few brats who came out of nowhere. They didn't put Lan Jiaoya and the others in their eyes. Take them down. These 3 women are somewhat beautiful, so offer them to the church master. As for the 2 pet beasts, cook them. The innkeeper ordered coldly. He wasn't a pushover, so he didn't have a good temper. Eat my sword. A Mountain Sea sex expert manipulated the flying sword in his hand and launched a fierce attack. The flying sword danced in the air, creating hundreds and thousands of shadows, covering Lan Jiaoya and the others. Eat my whip. Lan Jiaoya wasn't afraid at all. She swung the long whip in her hand, which also turned into many whip shadows, tangling with the opponent's flying sword. For a moment, they were evenly matched. The shopkeeper of the Mountain Sea narrowed his eyes at the scene before him. He knew that Lan Jiaoya had some skills and wasn't easy to deal with. He immediately ordered the 3 people to attack. The 3 people controlled their magic treasures to attack. The Dragon Lady, Gu Qianshan, and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm blocked and attacked. The 4 of them are actually 8th level martial arts grandmasters. They can't be underestimated. Chapter 872. The innkeeper murmured. Then, with a gloomy expression and cold eyes, he said murderously, "But you will die in the end." He snorted coldly and planned to attack personally. As the innkeeper of the Mountain Sea Inn, how could he sit in this position without some skills? He released the terrifying cultivation of a 9th level martial ancestor and used his movement technique to attack the 3 women fiercely. The flamingo had already noticed the innkeeper's movements. It cooed a few times and rushed forward brazenly. It opened its mouth and spat out flames. This was not an ordinary flame. It was a highly toxic flame, called the Void Flame. Humph! A mere flame dares to stump me. He snorted coldly, and a disdainful and mocking expression appeared on his face. Then he cast a defensive light barrier enveloping his body and slapped it down at Flamingo. The flamingo flapped its wings and dodged immediately. Just as the innkeeper was about to continue attacking, his expression changed drastically and his eyes were filled with fear. He could not help but stop in his tracks and then let out a miserable scream. This was because the flame that he did not care about was burning his entire body. It was not something that his defensive light shield could withstand at all. At this moment, the defensive light shield was burned to ashes. However, the void flame did not seem to be extinguished. Instead, it continued to burn his body. Whether he used his cultivation or magic treasure to suppress it, it was all useless. He could only watch as the void flame burned his body. The intense pain caused him to scream again and again. When the other members of the Mountain Sea sect saw this situation, they were all shocked. They wanted to help the innkeeper, but were stopped by the innkeeper. "Don't come over. This is not a flame at all. It's poison." A third of the innkeeper's body was burned. Although the pain was intense, he endured it and did not ask anyone to help. Who knew if the poison would spread to other people's bodies? He hurriedly took out a large number of healing pills and swallowed them. He wanted to stop the spread of the void flame, but there was no effect at all. "Give me all your healing pills." The innkeeper looked anxious and shouted at the many workers of the Mountain Sea Inn. Without the slightest hesitation, the waiters took out healing pills one after another and handed them over to the innkeeper. The innkeeper took a deep breath and swallowed all the healing pills. Under the effect of his cultivation, the flames of nihility on his body gradually extinguished. "Sir, there is no enmity between us. If you leave now, the Mountain and Sea sect can pretend that nothing has happened. However, if you insist on going about things the wrong way, once the reinforcements of the Mountain and Sea sect arrive, you will have to bear the consequences. You better think carefully." After stabilizing the injuries on his body, the innkeeper hastily roared at the bloodthirsty ice worm and flamingo. He still had lingering fears, and his face was full of fear. If not for his proficiency in medicine, he would have already fallen under fiery birds, flames of nothingness. Lan Jiaoya, Gu Chanchan, and the others looked at Xiaoyang. They felt that the shopkeeper of the Mountain Sea Inn was not ordinary. In the same realm, there was almost no one who could resolve the flamingo's nihility flame. However, this inn's shopkeeper was able to do so. From this point, it could be seen that the Mountain Sea Inn's shopkeeper was not ordinary. Xiaoyang's face was expressionless. He just stood there calmly, not moving at all. If he didn't express his stance, then it was a firm stance. Their goal was clear: conquer the Middle Stream region's North Pole town and establish a base for the poison sect. Lan Jiaoya, Gu Chanchan, and the others exchanged glances. They all knew that Xiaoyang was training them. If it was Xiaoyang's turn to make a move, they would have nothing to do with it. They shouldn't have attacked the innkeeper with their original intentions. "We can't leave. If you want to blame someone, blame the Blood Demon sect. After all, they paid the price of an entire inn to hire us. Bird, go." The Lan clan also beckoned to Flamingo. Flamingo wasn't afraid at all. With a cry, it immediately attacked the innkeeper, opening its beak to spit out more flames of nihility. Although the innkeeper could resolve the flames of nihility, it was extremely difficult to do so. These terrifying flames would definitely become a sore spot in his heart. Besides, the flames of nihility were an area of effect attack. Even if the innkeeper dodged, his subordinates wouldn't be so easily dodged. Ah, damn it. Quickly inform the mountain lord to come and help. The innkeeper dodged Flamingo's attack and then used his martial technique to attack Flamingo. At the same time, he ordered his subordinates to quickly leave and inform the mountain lord. Xiaoyang blinked and watched them leave. He didn't say anything to stop them. Instead, he crossed his arms and quietly watched the two sides fight. Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaoya, and the others once again fought with the Mountain Sea Inn. Although they had fewer people, their 8th level martial arts grandmaster cultivation wasn't weak. In addition, they had Flamingo, a demonic beast comparable to a 9th level martial arts grandmaster, so they wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the fight with the Mountain Sea Inn. Not long after, the Mountain Sea sect members came from all directions to provide support. The first to arrive were 3 ninth-level martial arts grandmasters. Seeing that the innkeeper was suffering from Flamingo's ferocious attacks and seemed to be on the losing end, they hurriedly rushed forward and displayed their astonishing martial techniques, instantly killing Flamingo. Flamingo jumped in fright and hurriedly used its movement technique to escape, barely avoiding their joint attack. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, Long Nu, and the bloodthirsty iceworm also sensed the arrival of the experts. Their expressions changed greatly. They didn't stick to the battlefield and used their movement techniques to quickly retreat, distancing themselves from the battlefield. The current situation was very unfavorable for Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others. More and more reinforcements came from the Mountain Sea Inn. There were a total of 4 ninth-level martial arts grandmasters in front of them, not to mention many 8th-level and 7th-level martial arts grandmasters. After waiting for a while, a Wu Zun from the Mountain Sea sect also arrived. He looked fiercely at Xiaoyang and the others. Although their Mountain Sea sect wasn't the #1 sect, they were still a famous and powerful existence in the town. They had always been the ones to bully others. How could others bully them? The innkeeper was the most seriously injured. He had been attacked by Flamingo many times. At this moment, his body was still burning with the nihility flame, but he quickly suppressed it. "Damn bird, make a sound. You have completely angered me. Prepare to die." The innkeeper roared again and again. His expression was ferocious, and he seriously revealed a strong murderous aura. The murderous aura on his body was released as if he was irreconcilable with Flamingo. "Old thing, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Come, let your people die." The Flamingo cooed, communicating in beast language. "Humph, let's go together and take him down first." Chapter 873. The innkeeper was instantly enraged. He roared and, ignoring his own injuries, once again activated his cultivation and used his martial technique to attack. At the same time, the 3 martial arts grandmasters who came as reinforcements also attacked at the same time. They cooperated with the innkeeper to take down Fiery Bird, this arrogant and ignorant beast. No one has ever dared to come here and cause trouble. Anyone who dares to cause trouble and seek death has been dealt with by us. The innkeeper shouted loudly as he unleashed his violent attacks. His martial technique was magnificent and powerful. It was even more domineering, as if he wanted to return all the humiliation he had suffered to Fiery Bird. Fiery Bird alone could not withstand the attacks of 4 martial arts grandmasters. He could only continuously dodge and use his skillful movement techniques to move around. He even spat out the flames of nihility to block their attacks. "My 3 friends, don't touch that flame. It's not fire, it's poison." The innkeeper hurriedly reminded the 3 reinforcements. He had underestimated the flames of nihility and had been poisoned. If not for his proficiency in the art of detoxification, he would have died at Fiery Bird's hands. Even though he was proficient in the art of detoxification and could detoxify himself, he had paid a high price and wasted a lot of time. If it had been someone else who had been poisoned by the flames of nihility, he would have been helpless. The 3 reinforcements originally did not put Fiery Bird's flames of nihility in their eyes. However, after hearing the innkeeper's warning, they hurriedly dodged and did not dare to approach. Fiery Bird finally had a chance to catch his breath. "We'll fight too." Lan Jiaoye frowned. Seeing Fiery Bird being bullied, she could not bear it anymore. She shouted and controlled the long whip in her hand. She waved it and began to attack the members of the Mountain and Sea sect. Gu Qianshan, Long Nu, and the bloodthirsty iceworm naturally would not just stand by and watch. They activated their cultivation and fought with them. Xiaoyang did not make a move. He just watched quietly from the side. If Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others wanted to follow him, they had to learn battle techniques and accumulate experience. Otherwise, they would be killed. His path would never stop. The midstream Arctic town was just the beginning. Therefore, in order to increase the battle strength of these followers, he could only use this method to let them grow. He wanted them to fight with different experts and forge their unyielding hearts. After these days of fighting, they had all made great progress. Now, they were able to fight one against 3 people of the same realm. It was clear that their combat strength had increased. Xiao Yang looked at their battle with a satisfied expression on his face. His eyes were filled with admiration. Even though the reinforcements from the mountain and sea sect were far more numerous than Lan Jiaya's group, they still couldn't take down Lan Jiaya's group. This caused the innkeeper to fly into a rage, and his expression became ferocious. It had already been 2 hours since the first batch of reinforcements arrived and the battle had begun. Looking at Flamingo, Lan Jiaya, and the rest's fighting strength, it seemed endless. They could still fight for 3 days and 3 nights. This made him apprehensive, but at the same time, it made him want to kill them. An enemy with such great potential must not be left alive. Once the tiger returned to the mountain, it would be like nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity. The Venerable One hasn't arrived yet. The innkeeper asked his subordinates. Now that 4 9th level martial arts grandmasters were unable to take down Fiery Bird, it could be seen how impressive Fiery Bird was. In the same realm, they were almost invincible. Not to mention, there were still Lan Jiaya and the rest below. None of them were easy to deal with. If they wanted to defeat the enemy and control the situation, they had to have Wu Zun. Coo, coo, coo. Fiery Bird proudly cried out a few times, looking at the 4 9th level martial arts grandmasters with a mocking gaze. Originally, it was still a little afraid and worried. However, after fighting for so long, the other party couldn't do anything to it. This made it feel relieved. At this moment, it was wandering in the middle of the 4 experts, provoking their anger everywhere. From time to time, it would spit out the void flame, making them suffer. This made the innkeeper extremely angry. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and he couldn't wait to tear Fiery Bird into pieces. This bird is very impressive. I think we don't need to fight. When the Venerable One arrives, we can suppress it and make it our slave. A 9th level martial arts grandmaster frowned and said to the innkeeper next to him. The innkeeper nodded with an ugly expression. He nodded and said, "All right, let's do that." Thus they stopped fighting. Fiery Bird was even more proud. It flew around in front of them, showing off its ability. As they stopped, Lan Jiaya, Gu Chanchan, and the bloodthirsty iceworm left the battlefield one after another. The 2 sides faced each other. "How is it? Do you know how powerful we are? Why don't you quickly hand over the mountain sea in?" Fiery Bird shouted arrogantly, looking at them with disdain. "Humph!" The innkeeper's face turned ashen, and he snorted heavily. "Damn bird! Do you think our mountain sea sect only has this little strength? Let me tell you, our foundation is so big that you can't imagine. You'd better surrender immediately and become our slave. Otherwise, when our Venerable One arrives, you won't even have the chance to die." The innkeeper shouted coldly. He definitely couldn't hand over the mountain sea in. This inn was very important to their mountain sea sect and was one of the main financial pillars. Not only would he not agree, but the entire mountain sea sect's members would also not agree. "Humph! If you have the ability, then bring it on. What's the point of talking here? I've been waiting for half a day." Fiery Bird shouted provocatively, full of arrogance. Lan Jiaya, Long Nu, and the others also raised their heads and looked at the mountain sea inn's members disdainfully. In any case, they had Xiao Yang behind them, so they didn't have to be afraid. Stop them, surround them. The innkeeper was angered by Fiery Bird and hurriedly gave the order. Thus, 3 martial ancestor 9th stage powerhouses led the inn staff in 3 different directions, completely blocking Lan Jiaya and the others' escape route. Judging from their posture, they planned to wipe out Lan Jiaya and the others in one fell swoop. Mountain Venerable has arrived. Just as they formed a blockade, a waiter at the entrance of the inn immediately shouted out. Following his voice, the innkeeper and the others were all shocked. Their eyes were filled with joy, and their faces were full of joy. The Venerable One had finally arrived. Mountain Venerable was one of the 3 Wu Zun of the Mountain Sea sect. He was powerful and unfathomable. With his arrival, Lan Jiaoya and the others would not be able to escape. A majestic figure slowly descended from the sky. He was wearing a yellow robe, looking graceful and luxurious. The terrifying aura of his cultivation made people feel suffocated. "Greetings, Mountain Venerable." The innkeeper and the other members of the Mountain Sea sect immediately knelt on the ground to welcome their Mountain Venerable. Chapter 874. No need for formalities. Get up. The mountain elder spoke softly and released a gentle wave of cultivation that helped them all up. Then, his gaze fell on Fiery Bird, Lan Jiaoya, and the others. The innkeeper was about to explain the current situation to Shan Zun, but he was stopped by Shan Zun. Shan Zun said, "You don't need to say anything. I know what happened here." After sweeping his gaze over Fiery Bird and the others, his gaze finally stopped on Xiaoyang. Fiery Bird, Dragon Lady, Lan Jiaoya, Bloodthirsty Iceworm, and Gu Qianshan were not worthy of his attention. The only one worthy of his attention was Xiaoyang. Although Xiaoyang looked gentle, the power he contained was very terrifying. Shan Zun looked at Xiaoyang and said slowly, "You are the Wu Zun who swallowed the Blood Demon restaurant, right?" Hearing this, the innkeeper of the Mountain Sea Inn and many members of the Mountain Sea sect looked at Xiaoyang with shock and disbelief. Previously, Xiaoyang did not make a move. They did not put Xiaoyang in their eyes and look down on Xiaoyang. They only thought that Xiaoyang was a weak cultivator. They did not expect that Xiaoyang was the leader. He was a Wu Zun. No wonder Fiery Bird, Lan Jiaoya, and the others dared to break into the Mountain Sea Inn. "That's right," Xiaoyang said calmly. Shan Zun smiled and said slowly, "In the Mountain Sea sect, there are 3 Wu Zun. I am the weakest one. Although you are Wu Zun, you offended my Mountain Sea sect first. Therefore, you can be a guest elder of my Mountain Sea sect. Your merits will offset your faults. You can also choose to accept my Mountain Sea sect's anger." Xiaoyang shrugged, as if he didn't care, and said, "The Blood Demon Church paid the price of a big restaurant to hire me to deal with you. So, we naturally can't go back empty-handed. Give up your Mountain Sea Inn, and I can spare your lives." He was calm and composed, like an ancient well without any ripples. If he wanted to establish a territory in the Middle Stream region, he would have to do it step by step. It was impossible to reach the heavens in a single bound. As for some things that went too far, they had to do them. The accumulation of capital was filled with bloodshed. Among the 12 great sects of the North Pole town, which one of them did not have blood on their hands? Morals and kindness were useless in the Middle Stream realm, where the strong preyed on the weak. If you want something, you can only fight for it with your own hands. This required a corresponding amount of strength, courting death. Mountain Elder snorted coldly with a cold expression. He released Wu Zun's cultivation and executed a martial skill, instantly attacking Xiaoyang and the others. It was unknown what kind of martial skill it was, but what the naked eye could see was a ray of light that was more than 30 meters long. The light was so dazzling that it was hard to open one's eyes. A terrifying aura erupted from within the light, causing everyone present to feel a heavy pressure. In particular, the baleful aura contained within it caused the innkeeper and the others to tremble in fear. Fortunately, the Mountain Venerable was not targeting them. "How dare you make a fool of yourself with such a petty trick?" Xiaoyang sneered and waved his hand, releasing a ray of light as well. The 2 rays of light were like shooting stars that streaked across the night sky. They collided in an instant, but there was no loud sound or strong shock wave. They were annihilated silently. "You have some skills. No wonder you dare to behave atrociously in the territory of the Mountain Sea sect," Mountain Venerable said fiercely. Then he once again executed 2 different powerful martial skills and attacked Xiaoyang and the others. Xiaoyang only activated the defense law, and the two martial skills that were attacking him suddenly disappeared as if they had never appeared. What? How is this possible? The innkeeper and the others were in disbelief. They had seen with their own eyes the two killing moves that were full of destructive power. How could they suddenly evaporate? Even Mountain Venerable became solemn at that moment, and his expression was horrified. The innkeeper and the others could not tell what was going on. However, as a martial honor, he was naturally able to see the changes that were taking place. It was the power of law. He did not expect Xiaoyang to have reached such a terrifying cultivation level at such a young age. He should be at least Wu Zun's rank 3. Your Excellency, don't you know the power of the 12 great sects when they join forces? Mountain Venerable threatened. Although he knew that he was no match for Xiaoyang, if the Wu Zun of the 12 great sects joined forces, Xiaoyang would not be able to bear the consequences. Although the 12 great sects had always been in conflict, it was just an internal conflict. If an external force suddenly appeared, the 12 great sects could easily unite and fight against the external force. Or do you not know the backing of each of the 12 great sects? Mountain Venerable narrowed his eyes and increased his threat. Whether it was the alliance of the 12 great sects or the backing of each of the 12 great sects, it was not something that Xiaoyang could deal with. Xiaoyang chuckled and said disdainfully, "You're smart, but in the end, it still depends on your strength. Let's not talk about whether the 12 great sects can unite or not. Let's talk about whether the backing behind you can stand up for you." Xiaoyang said coldly. Then he performed the teleportation skill and activated the teleportation law. In an instant, Mountain Venerable, who was about to speak, was teleported in front of Xiaoyang and was grabbed by the neck by Xiaoyang. His entire body was under Xiaoyang's control, and he could not move at all. Mountain Venerable's expression changed drastically. He was shocked and his eyes were filled with fear. He did not expect Xiaoyang to be so terrifying, and his methods were so strange. After all, he was Wu Zun. Even if he was facing a rank 2 powerhouse like Wu Zun, he could at least escape, even if he could not defeat him. However, in front of Xiaoyang, he did not even have the chance to escape. This showed how unfathomable Xiaoyang was. Mountain Venerable. When the innkeeper and the others saw the sudden change, their expressions changed drastically. They looked at Mountain Venerable worriedly and shouted. They wanted to rush forward, but they were afraid that Mountain Venerable would be killed by Xiaoyang, so they did not move forward. "Your Excellency, please let go of our Mountain Venerable. Otherwise, once Haizun and Mountain Master come, you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy." The innkeeper hurriedly shouted with a worried expression. Every Wu Zun was precious to the large sections. If the Mountain Sea sect lost Mountain Venerable, it would be a great loss. The large sects would definitely not let go of such a great opportunity to devour the Mountain Sea sect. You're asking for help in a funny way. You're using others to threaten me. Are you trying to provoke me to kill your Mountain Venerable? Xiaoyang laughed. The innkeeper's face instantly turned red and he looked embarrassed. He was just anxious and worried that Mountain Venerable would do something like this. He hoped that Mountain Venerable would not take it to heart. "Let's talk nicely. Don't you want the Mountain Sea Inn? I'll give it to you." The innkeeper made a decisive decision and said straightforwardly, the people were more important than the inn. If the inn was gone, they could still take over. If the people were gone, they might not be able to cultivate another Wu Zun even after decades. Chapter 875. He had thought about it. As long as there was life, there was hope. As long as the Mountain Sea sect was still powerful, it would be easy for them to take over the territory and property. Therefore, he did not mind handing over the Mountain Sea and to Xiaoyang to protect the Mountain Lord. What a good plan! Xiaoyang sneered. "Since you want to hand over the inn, why don't you quickly hand over your soul blood?" He sneered. He wanted the inn not only for the building, but also for the people who knew how to run the inn. The innkeeper was embarrassed and angry. He roared, "Sir, don't push your luck. You wanted the inn, so we gave it to you. Now you want her soul blood. What do you mean? Xiaoyang said unhurriedly. Previously, you wanted the inn because your Mountain Zun had not made a move. Since he has made a move, he naturally has to increase the stakes. Otherwise, you can give up your Mountain Zun. After saying this, Xiaoyang released his killing intent. He looked like he was going to kill the Mountain Lord. Don't. The innkeeper was shocked and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Xiaoyang chuckled, seeing their hesitation. He naturally knew what they were worried about. He said, "Don't worry. If your Sea Lord and Mountain Master can defeat me, I will return the soul blood to you." "Are you serious?" the innkeeper asked with a serious expression. Giving the soul blood to others was equivalent to putting one's life in the hands of others. If they handed over the soul blood, even if the Mountain Lord and the Sea Lord agreed to Xiaoyang, they could only be enslaved by Xiaoyang. This was their concern. Now that Xiaoyang said that he would return the soul blood if they were defeated, this undoubtedly resolved the knot in their hearts. "When I speak, I will naturally keep my word," Xiaoyang said seriously. "Do you dare to swear a blood oath?" The innkeeper still did not trust Xiaoyang and asked. After all, there were dozens of workers in the inn, all of whom were cultivators above the 5th level of martial arts grandmaster. They were a fighting force and also a source of wealth. Once Xiaoyang went back on his word, they would suffer a huge loss. Xiaoyang sneered and said indifferently, "Of course I dare to swear a blood oath. However, if I swear a blood oath, I will have to hand over the soul blood of the Mountain Lord. I will wait here for your Sea Lord and Mountain Lord to come." Mountain Venerable gritted his teeth and said with a determined expression, "All right, I will also hand over my soul blood, but don't forget your blood oath." He knew that the innkeeper and the others had sacrificed a lot for him. At this time, he naturally couldn't be afraid of death. If he had not been captured by Xiaoyang, the Mountain and Sea sect would not have been in such a passive position. It could be said that the reason the Mountain and Sea sect was in such a passive position was all because of him. Xiaoyang immediately swore a blood oath to the sky. "If the Mountain Master and Ocean Zun defeat me, I will return the soul blood to you." After making the oath, the innkeeper and the others, including Shan Zun, took out their soul blood and handed it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang accepted the soul blood without hesitation and let go of Mountain Venerable. "Mountain Venerable, how are you? Are you all right?" the innkeeper asked worriedly. Mountain Venerable shook his head and retreated with his men to the entrance of the inn. "Sir, this Venerable admires you. If the Mountain Master and Ocean Zun defeat you, I hope you will join the Mountain and Sea sect and fight side by side with us." Mountain Venerable looked at Xiaoyang and made a solemn request. Xiaoyang was very strong. His methods were unpredictable, his fighting strength shocking, and his cultivation unfathomable. If such a fierce person joined the Mountain and Sea sect, it would be the best time for them to rise. "We'll talk about it later." Xiaoyang didn't refuse or agree. He didn't refuse because he didn't want to strain his relationship with the Mountain and Sea sect too much. Mountain Venerable wanted to subdue him, but he also wanted to subdue him and the entire Mountain and Sea sect. Since they were destined to work together in the future, there was no need to break all pretenses. It was always better to leave a way out. The reason why he didn't agree to Mountain Venerable's request was obvious. Xiaoyang's goal was to conquer the North Pole town and have the poison sect's low-level cultivators come immediately. He would never submit to any sect in the town. Both sides were waiting. After half a cup of tea's time, hundreds of people slowly walked up from one end of the street. These people were all cultivators above the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. One of them was a first-order martial venerable, while the other was a second-order martial venerable. When the two arrived at the Mountain and Sea Inn, the innkeeper and the Mountain and Sea sect's members bowed and said, "Greetings, Mountain Master and Ocean Zun." Mountain Venerable explained the situation to the Mountain Master. The Mountain Master and Ocean Zun were relieved. They looked at Xiaoyang calmly and said, "Sir, if you hand over the soul blood of my mountain and sea sex members, this mountain master can pretend that nothing happened today. You can go back to where you came from." From Mountain Venerable's words, he knew that Xiaoyang had unfathomable methods, powerful fighting strength, and strange martial skills. They couldn't fight him head-on. Therefore, the mountain master wouldn't attack unless he had no other choice. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "What if I say no?" The mountain master's face suddenly darkened. His expression was cold, and his eyes were full of killing intent. He said coldly, "If I have to do it, you will die." Ocean Zun felt the mountain master's aura and knew that he was about to attack. He stood up and said, "Mountain master, I can deal with this person. As the hierarch, you don't have to do it yourself." The mountain master glanced at Ocean Zun, then nodded and said, "Be careful." Ocean Zun took a few steps forward and looked at Xiaoyang. He said arrogantly, "Boy, how dare you act so presumptuously here with your insignificant cultivation? You are tired of living." He activated Wu Zun's cultivation and released a shocking aura. He formed a seal with both hands and performed a powerful martial skill. Mountain Venerable saw this and frowned. He said slowly, "Ocean Zun, this man is extraordinary. You must be careful." He couldn't say that Ocean Zun was no match for him. It would hurt Ocean Zun's self-esteem. He actually wanted to say that Ocean Zun should attack together with the Mountain Master, but he couldn't say that out loud, because he was a proud man. He also knew that both the Mountain Master and Ocean Zun were conceited people. They wouldn't listen to him. Ocean Zun ignored Mountain Zun. He thought Mountain Zun was trying to boost Xiaoyang's morale. He wanted to teach Xiaoyang a lesson and let Mountain Zun know what he was capable of. "Please," Ocean Zun signaled to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's lips curled up into a sarcastic smile. He said in disdain, "You go first." "Arrogant," Ocean Zun shouted, his expression furious. In his opinion, Xiaoyang was just a kid in his teens. Even if he had some ability, how powerful could he be? He thought Xiaoyang was being arrogant. Chapter 876. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Venerable C snorted coldly as he manipulated a martial skill with one hand and charged forward. He manipulated a fire martial skill with one hand, forming a tongue of flame that was more than 10 feet long. He manipulated a water martial skill with the other hand, forming an ice pillar that was more than 10 feet long. Both the flame tongues and the icicles contained a tremendous amount of power. Their power was astonishing and their aura was majestic. Kill! The two martial skills attacked Xiaoyang. Sparks flew as the tongue of flame rubbed against the ground. The ice pillar swept across the sky and sprinkled frost, as if the void was about to be frozen. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and said with a smile, "You want to use such a simple and crude martial skill against me? Aren't you a little too naive?" Then he activated a defensive order. Around his body, even the void within a 10-feet radius was instantly filled with defensive power. This was the power of the order, which was incomparable to the power of martial skills. There was a huge gap between martial skills and the order. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Clatter! A crisp sound was heard. The ice pillar and tongue of flame that Venerable C manipulated turned into dust and completely disintegrated when they got close to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back and did not make a move from the beginning. Venerable C's expression changed drastically when he saw this. His eyes were filled with horror and shock. Venerable Mountain was shocked. He opened his mouth slightly and was speechless for a long time. Although he knew that Xiaoyang's combat power was amazing, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. He had underestimated Xiaoyang. The innkeeper and many members of the mountain and sea sect were shocked when they saw the scene. Their eyes were wide open and they could not believe it. They had followed the Ocean Venerate for many years, and there was nothing that the Ocean Venerate couldn't handle. However, this time, the Ocean Venerate had suffered a setback. This left them flabbergasted, and at the same time, they were deeply aware of Xiaoyang's strength. The mountain master narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaoyang seriously. As a Type 2 powerhouse like Wu Zun, he could tell that Xiaoyang was using some sort of law. The power of laws was in the void of the universe. It all depended on how the cultivator excavated and used it. Judging from the power of law Xiaoyang had invoked, the power of law that the other party had grasped was definitely above his own. This made the hill master feel grave. "See, Venerable, step back." The hill master spoke slowly. He knew that Huan Zun was no match for Xiaoyang. The difference of a single realm was like the difference between clouds and mud. "Yes, mountain chieftain." See, Venerable replied with a solemn expression. As the person involved, he naturally knew how terrifying Xiaoyang was. The two of them were not on the same level at all. If Xiaoyang had not shown mercy, he would not even have had the chance to escape. The hill master flew in midair, his body suspended in midair. He used the attack law, and an unknown power crushed toward Xiaoyang. Everyone around Xiaoyang, regardless of friend or foe, felt a heavy pressure at this moment. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. They watched the two of them fight with grave expressions. Xiaoyang looked at the hill master calmly. He released Wu Zun's Type 2 cultivation. With a thought, he directly used the defense law and the attack law. The defense law was mainly for defense, and it successfully blocked the hill master's attack. The attack law used the power of heaven and earth to crush the hill master. At this level, it was no longer a battle between martial skills, but a competition between laws. Bang! A dull thud was heard as the mountain chieftain fell from the sky and smashed into the ground with a loud thud. A huge crater appeared on the ground as well. This was because the hill master's defense law was too shallow. It could not effectively block Xiaoyang's attack, causing him to be severely injured. "I haven't really made a move, and you've already fallen." Xiaoyang's lips curled up. He looked at the hill master disdainfully and said indifferently. He had once fought Wu Zun's Type 3 cultivation with the 3,000 extremities physique and defeated Wu Zun's 3,000 extremities physique. From this, one could see how terrifying Xiaoyang's combat ability was. Right now, he was only dealing with Wu Zun's Type 2 hill master. Xiaoyang still had many tricks up his sleeve. Hill master, Mountain Venerable, Ocean Venerable, the innkeeper, and many other members of the mountain and sea sect came forward and looked at the hill master worriedly. The hill master was the #1 expert of the mountain and sea sect. He had the Type 2 cultivation of Wu Zun. His combat ability had always been heaven-defying, but who would have thought that he would be defeated by Xiaoyang? From this, one could see how powerful Xiaoyang was. He was simply a monstrous existence that could not be provoked. "I'm fine." The hill master struggled to stand up. His face was pale and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Then he looked at Xiaoyang and said, "We've lost. Sir, please return the soul blood of the members of the mountain and sea sect. If you have any requests, please state them. As long as the mountain and sea sect can fulfill them, we will do our best." Xiaoyang tilted his head and thought for a while. "I want the mountain and sea inn and many of its staff. You can return the soul blood of Mountain Venerable now. As for those below the level of innkeeper, you have to lend them to me for 10 years. I will return them after 10 years. The hill master was silent. So was Ocean Venerable. Now that Xiaoyang was in control of the situation, he did not tear off all pretense of cordiality and forcibly conquer them. It was clear that he still cared about their dignity and conscience. If it were the blood lord of the blood demon sect, if they had the chance, they would have done their best to conquer the mountain and sea sect. Moreover, Mountain Venerable had promised Xiaoyang that the hill master and Ocean Venerable could only get back the soul blood if they won. Now that they had lost, they naturally had no right to ask for it. Therefore, if they wanted to get back the soul blood, they had to exchange it with the mountain and sea inn. Of course, Xiaoyang could rob them by force, but that would be no different from a bandit. Mountain Venerable sighed and looked at the Hill Master. Hill Master, the Mountain and Sea Inn is very important to the Mountain and Sea sect. Why don't we not exchange it? He did not want the Mountain and Sea sect to lose benefits because of him. Ocean Venerable advised, Hill Master, you can't do that. Mountain Venerable has made great contributions to the Mountain and Sea sect. If you do that, it will definitely disappoint people. Then he looked at Xiaoyang and said, Your Excellency, can you change your condition? Whether it was Mountain Venerable or the Mountain and Sea Inn, they were very important to the Mountain and Sea sect. They could not afford to lose them. Xiaoyang just smiled and did not answer. No answer was the best answer. He did not rob them by force, which was the best answer. They had no right to bargain with him. The Hill Master said in a low voice, Agree. Then he turned to the innkeeper and the others and said, You will always be members of the Mountain and Sea sect. Now, I will have to trouble you. You will temporarily follow the arrangement of the senior. 10 years later, you will return to the Mountain and Sea sect. The Mountain and Sea sect will not forget your contributions. Chapter 877. The innkeeper and the others were helpless. As a member of the Mountain and Sea sect, they were restricted by the sect. Now that the Mountain Master and the Ocean Venerable had expressed their stance, they had no right to refute. Yes, Mountain Master, we will obey your orders. The innkeeper and the many workers of the inn accepted the order. This should be fine, right? Your Excellency. The Mountain Master looked at Xiaoyang. He had given the inn to the other party. He had also given the workers to the other party. Would the other party still make things difficult for them? Xiaoyang was a person who kept his promises. He raised his hand and threw out a drop of soul blood. Mountain Venerable's soul shadow was jumping in the soul blood. The Mountain Master reached out and caught the soul blood. Then he handed it to Mountain Venerable. Mountain Venerable took it. He was excited, happy, and complicated. He said gratefully, Thank you, Mountain Master. Thank you, brothers of the Mountain and Sea sect. This is what I owe you. I will remember it. Let's go. The Mountain Master called out and left with Mountain Venerable, the Ocean Venerable, and the many members of the Mountain and Sea sect. The Mountain and Sea Inn was now owned by Xiaoyang. Cousin, we succeeded again. Lan Jiaoye was very happy. Dragon Lady, Gu Qianqian, and the others were also very happy. Now that they had control of the Blood Demon Inn and the Mountain and Sea Inn, these two places were very profitable. Within a radius of 300 meters, the territory belonged to them. This was the rule set by the 12 great sects. Jiaoye, I will leave this place to you in the future. Xiaoyang smiled. Okay, thank you, cousin. Lan Jiaoye was very excited. She had a business to manage. He walked out and gathered the innkeeper and workers of the inn. He began to ask and appoint people. Then he went to check the accounts and the warehouse. After confirming it, he returned to Xiaoyang and said, Cousin, we've struck it rich. We have over 1 million spiritual stones in our account. Furthermore, the cost of living in this inn is very low. Making a lot of money every day is considered light. As long as we stay here, we will have endless wealth. Xiaoyang and the others stayed in the Mountain and Sea Inn. He hadn't even warmed his seat when a waiter from the Blood Demon restaurant came to report the situation. Not good. Boss, someone came to the Blood Demon restaurant to cause trouble. Dragon Lady slapped the table and stood up. She was furious and asked, Do you know who it is? If they dare to look for trouble, I'll teach them a lesson. She was now the boss of the Blood Demon restaurant and was in charge of all the affairs of the restaurant. Naturally, she couldn't disappoint Xiaoyang. It's the human sovereign of the human sect. He's leading his men to take over the Blood Demon restaurant. How dare you? The human sect is so presumptuous. Who do you think you are? Lead the way. I'm going back to the Blood Devil Tavern. The Dragon Lady held her head high and raised her chest as she shouted. Xiaoyang had a rough idea of what was going on. He turned to the people behind him and said, Jiao Yi, you stay here with the two pets. Qian Qian, you and Dragoness come with me. They all responded. Blood Demon Restaurant. The people of the human sect were causing trouble. They were chasing away the people in the Blood Demon Restaurant and telling the waiters to scram so that their people could take care of the business. As for the spiritual stones that were originally stored in the restaurant, they had all been taken away. Did you hear that? From now on, the Blood Demon Restaurant belongs to the human sect. If you don't want to die, scram, the human sovereign shouted. He was expressionless. His voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. The waiters in the restaurant were all frightened. They didn't dare to refute him. Their soul blood was in the hands of Xiaoyang and the others. If they gave up on the Blood Demon Restaurant now, they might be held responsible by Xiaoyang and the others. They could only endure the pressure and wait. One of the waiters plucked up his courage and said, Honored Sir Rin, this Blood Demon Restaurant is no longer the property of the Blood Demon Church. It belongs to another new owner. So if you want this place, you can totally look for him. Humph, you talk too much. The human sovereign snorted coldly. He looked impatient. He immediately grabbed the nearby waiters by the collar and said fiercely, Did I ask you to talk too much? After he said that, he threw the waiters to the side. Before the waiters fell to the ground, the human sovereign condensed a cultivation light and attacked. He wanted to kill the waiters completely. After all, the human sovereign killed people like flies. It didn't matter if there was one more or one better. Of course, he needed to make an example out of the waiters. However, before his martial skill light could reach the waiters, it was immediately intercepted by someone. The person who appeared was Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang picked up the waiters who had been sent flying. He casually released a cultivation aura and directly disintegrated the waiters' martial skill. After putting the waiters down, he squinted at the human sovereign and said indifferently, Are you from the human sect? Are you causing trouble in my restaurant? Did you ask for my permission? Are you the mysterious person who dared to snatch the meat from the Blood Demon Church? Very good. The Blood Demon Church is like a ferocious tiger. Since you dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, it means that you are very capable. The human sovereign wasn't afraid at all. He sneered and extended his hand. He pointed at Xiaoyang and said indifferently, Today I would like to learn from you so that I can avenge the Blood Demon Church. The human sect and the Blood Demon Church were competitors. There had been many conflicts between the two parties. The human sovereign had been eyeing the Blood Demon Church's Blood Demon Restaurant for a long time. It was just that the Blood Demon Church was too hard to chew, and he couldn't take it for a long time. Now, when he knew that the Blood Demon Restaurant had changed owners, he couldn't wait to bring people to look for it. In his opinion, although he couldn't deal with the Blood Demon Church, he could deal with a newcomer who had just appeared. Humph, you make it sound so dignified. The grudge between you and the Blood Demon Church can't be settled even after 10 years. How can you help the Blood Demon Church? If you want the Blood Demon Restaurant, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush? Xiaoyang saw through the human sovereign's scheme at a glance. In the North Pole town in the Middle Region, all the fights between organizations, forces, and sects were all for benefits. As for benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, they were all lost. This was because this was a cultivation world. It was a world where the strong were respected. The weak were destined to be eliminated. The human sovereign naturally wouldn't admit such naked ambition and greed. He just wanted to find a reason for this matter. However, the reason wasn't important. What was important was strength. Arrogant brat, let me show you how powerful I am. The human sovereign didn't quarrel with Xiaoyang. It was useless to talk too much. In the end, it was the fist's turn to reason. When Xiaoyang had snatched the Blood Demon Restaurant, wasn't it the same? He performed a martial technique and condensed a light pillar. He instantly swept it toward Xiaoyang. Wu Zun's overbearing aura was undoubtedly revealed. Everyone present felt dignified. Chapter 878. You dare to be so arrogant with such little strength. Xiaoyang sneered and curled his lips into a mocking smile. He didn't put the opponent's attack in his eyes at all. The gap between them was too big. However, he hadn't used a martial skill for a long time, so he was curious. Let me show you what a martial skill is. 1,000 poisonous hands. Xiaoyang shouted and used Wu Zun's rank 2 cultivation to use the powerful martial skill, 1,000 poisonous hands. In an instant, the void was filled with poisonous palms. Every single palm print contained a tremendous amount of power, which made one's heart tremble. Bang! The human sovereign was sent flying by one of the palms. Puff! He couldn't help but spit out blood. His face was pale and filled with shock. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so powerful. It was beyond his imagination. The Blood Sovereign, Kaiser Blood, and Ocean Sovereign were shocked. They had fought with Xiaoyang before and knew how powerful Xiaoyang was. However, judging from Xiaoyang's current strength, he seemed to be much stronger than before. He was truly unfathomable. Originally, they had other thoughts. They wanted to sit on top of the mountain and watch the two tigers fight. They wanted to let Xiaoyang and Supremacy Rin fight each other and then reap the benefits. From the looks of it, this was simply impossible. They glanced at each other and soon had other thoughts. Kaiser Blood walked forward and scolded the human sovereign. Human sovereign, what are you doing here? The Blood Demon restaurant is Sovereign Zhao's property. I advise you not to be stubborn. Otherwise, I won't let you go. This was the Mountain Sea Sect's strategy. Since Xiaoyang was so powerful, they might as well curry favor with Xiaoyang and try to get Xiaoyang's favor. As long as there was something going on in the dark, they would do what they were supposed to do. Xiaoyang chuckled and looked at them indifferently. Kaiser Blood, thank you for your concern. I can handle this. Step back. Kaiser Blood didn't dare to offend Xiaoyang. He quickly cupped his fists and said, If revered Xiao needs any help, please don't hesitate to ask. I will do my best. After expressing his friendly attitude, he silently retreated to the side. Xiaoyang no longer paid any attention to them. Instead, he walked up to Venerable Rin and looked down at him. What else do you want to say now? Human Sovereign. Sovereign Ren, how are you? Are you all right? The subordinates that Sovereign Ren had brought with him all gathered around Sovereign Ren and looked at him worriedly. Some of the bolder fellows glared at Xiaoyang and threatened. Brat, you're courting death. Do you know who we are? We are from the human sect. What bullshit, Venerable Xiao. As long as our human master takes action, you will not be able to escape either. The members of the human sect were all very arrogant and confident. Ha! When Xiaoyang heard them, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. Then Xiaoyang waved his hand and naturally released a terrifying cultivation power. It instantly swept across their bodies and directly sent them flying. Before they fell to the ground, they couldn't help but spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Blood splattered down from midair. After they fell to the ground, there was no sound. No one knew if they were dead or alive. When the remaining members of the human sect saw how terrifying Xiaoyang was, they didn't dare to move forward. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. Human Sovereign frowned and his face darkened. He coughed and stood up from the ground. He left with his subordinates and said, Let's go. Venerable Xiao, just you wait. The human sect won't let you go. Oh, you think you can come and go as you please? Where do you think this is? A market? Xiaoyang chuckled and stared at Human Sovereign coldly. What do you want? Human Sovereign couldn't help but stop in his tracks and stare at Xiaoyang with hatred. He was one of the people in charge of the human sect, and he didn't believe that Xiaoyang would dare to touch him. If the human sect came with the full force of their sect, Xiaoyang wouldn't be able to escape. What do I want? It's simple. You came here to cause trouble and ruined our business. You caused us to suffer losses. Naturally, you have to compensate us. Not much. Just 10 million spiritual stones. Xiaoyang said calmly. What? Are you crazy? Everyone present looked at Xiaoyang in shock. Their eyes widened and they were in disbelief. He had only delayed for a short while and he was asking for 10 million spiritual stones. It was obviously extortion. Only Xiaoyang would do something like that. After calculating everything, including the compensation for the injuries and reputation, it would be at most a few 100,000. Xiaoyang was too much. Human Sovereign was so angry that he almost spat out blood. His face turned pale. "You're obviously making things difficult for me," he said fiercely. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He couldn't wait to fight with Xiaoyang for another 300 rounds. However, he held himself back because he knew that he was no match for Xiaoyang. He didn't want to embarrass himself. The human sect disciples behind Human Sovereign were also filled with righteous indignation, and they looked at Xiaoyang angrily. This damned fellow actually dared to extort them. This was too hateful. They clenched their fists. As long as Human Sovereign gave the order, they would attack regardless of life or death. Kaiser Blood, Blood Sovereign, and Ocean Sovereign, who were watching from afar, narrowed their eyes and watched the development quietly. They also thought that Xiaoyang's conditions were too much. However, if it wasn't too much, how could he establish his authority? If the price for offending him was so low, wouldn't it mean that anyone could take advantage of him? Killing the chicken to warn the monkey was the only way. If they were in his shoes, they would do the same. The guests in the Blood Demon restaurant were all curious as they watched the scene in front of them. Previously, they didn't think highly of Xiaoyang and thought that Xiaoyang would be taken down by Kaiser Blood and the others. In the end, wasn't Xiaoyang still alive and kicking? Moreover, he had successfully taken over the Blood Demon restaurant. Now, could Xiaoyang still be as arrogant and overbearing as before? "Don't even think about leaving if you don't compensate me." Xiaoyang put his hands behind his back and said disdainfully with his head held high. After thinking for a while, he said, "Weren't you all troublemakers before? If it wasn't for my skills, this restaurant would have been taken over by you. Why are you saying so much? How dare you stroke the tiger's whiskers when you're not strong enough?" Everyone thought that Xiaoyang was right. "Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, I don't have 10 million spiritual stones, but I do have a worthless life. Come and take it if you can." Human Sovereign said stubbornly. Then he said, "At most, I'll compensate you with 1 million spiritual stones." Even 1 million spiritual stones was enough to make Human Sovereign's heart ache. After all, spiritual stones didn't grow on trees. They were accumulated over decades. Chapter 879. Xiaoyang smiled and said 9 million. 1 less spiritual stone. All of you can stay. 2 million. 2 million at most. Not one more. The corner of the Human Sovereign's mouth twitched as he revealed a pained expression. His heart felt like it was bleeding. 8 million. There's no room for discussion. Xiaoyang said proudly, giving off an unquestionable feeling. 2,100,000. The Human Sovereign was helpless. He could only make up his mind. He clenched his fists and revealed a ferocious expression. It was as if paying 2,100,000 spiritual stones was worse than killing him. The two sides haggled over the price, and finally settled on 3 million before reaching an agreement. The Human Sovereign took out 1 million spiritual stones from his storage ring and handed it to Xiaoyang. He said, "I'll give you the rest later. I don't have that many spiritual stones with me." Xiaoyang took the 1 million spiritual stones and said faintly, "You don't, but your people do. You can ask them to help you." F***CK, Human Sovereign almost cursed it out loud. He was a Wu Zun after all. He thought that Xiaoyang would give him some face. However, Xiaoyang pushed him to such an extent. He was a human sect, Wu Zun. How could he lie? The human honorable martial artist really wanted to fall out with Xiaoyang. He took a few deep breaths and controlled his emotions. He knew that he could not win against Xiaoyang. Once they fought, not only would he die, but the people of his human sect would also die. After thinking about it, he could only pinch his nose and accept it. He looked at his subordinates and said, "Hand over your spiritual stones first." Although the disciples of the human sect were unwilling, they could not disobey the human sovereign's order. They could only take out half of their savings and reveal pained expressions. In total, they collected 1,000,000 spiritual stones. The human sovereign looked at the 1,000,000 spiritual stones and relaxed a little. He looked at the disciples of the human sect and said, "Don't worry, I'll return it to you later." Only then did the expressions of the human sect members improve. The human sovereign walked in front of Xiaoyang and glanced at Xiaoyang. He then passed the 1,000,000 spirit stones to Xiaoyang through his cultivation and said, "Are you satisfied?" Xiaoyang chuckled and casually accepted the 1,000,000 spiritual stones. He smiled and said, "Remember, give me the remaining 1,000,000 before it gets dark. Otherwise, I'll have to personally make a trip to the human sect." Sovereign Ren gritted his teeth in hatred. Was there no trust between humans anymore? "Don't worry, I won't forget." Humph! The human sovereign was so angry that his face turned red, and he replied loudly. Then he turned around and said to the people behind him, "Let's go." He led many people from the human sect away from this place. His expression was very ugly. "Cousin is really amazing. Young master is so mighty. Big brother Xiaoyang is just that domineering." Lan Jiaoya, Dragon Lady, and Gu Qianqian said with a smile. The happiest one was Dragon Lady. She was the one in charge of the Blood Demon Restaurant. When the human sect people came to find trouble, a weak woman like her could not handle it. Fortunately, the despicable human sovereign was defeated. Otherwise, the restaurant might have ended up in the hands of someone else. "Here are 2,000,000 spiritual stones. I'll give you 1,000,000. You can spend it however you want. For example, use it for cultivation, business, or expansion." Xiaoyang gave the 1,000,000 spiritual stones to them. "Thank you, cousin. Thank you, young master. Big brother Xiaoyang is so nice." The three girls hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Dragon Lady glanced at the waiters of the Blood Demon Restaurant. Her face immediately turned cold. She placed her hands on her hips and looked like a shrew. She said, "What are you all doing here? Blockheads? Why aren't you greeting the guests?" Yes. Boss, we'll go now." The waiters of the Blood Demon Restaurant immediately scattered like birds and beasts. They all left with flattering smiles on their faces. The guests in the Blood Demon Restaurant saw that Xiaoyang, their new boss, was so powerful. They looked at Xiaoyang in a new light. Many rich and famous people wanted to befriend Xiaoyang. Some even gave him gifts to express their goodwill. "Young master, we received a lot of gifts. If converted to spiritual stones, it would be 2,000,000 spiritual stones. This is not the most important thing. The important thing is that many merchants are willing to cooperate with us." Dragon Lady proudly walked over. Her delicate face was filled with excitement and was a bit flushed. "Good. Since they are so polite, we can't be stingy. Send out a notice. Anyone who is being oppressed, as long as they enter the Blood Demon Restaurant, we will protect their safety." Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and said, "In this chaotic North Pole town, strength and backing were the foundation of survival." He believed that this announcement would attract more people and win more people's hearts. "Okay." Dragoness left excitedly. Then she announced to the guests, "Thank you for your love and respect. We, the Blood Demon Restaurant, have decided that anyone who is bullied or oppressed in the future can seek refuge in the Blood Demon Restaurant. We will provide protection." Wow. The many guests in the Blood Demon Restaurant all cheered, their faces full of smiles. Some whistled, and some shouted that the Blood Demon Restaurant was mighty and had a strong sense of brotherhood. After this notice was sent out, and the guests rushed to spread the news, the reputation of the Blood Demon Restaurant spread throughout the North Pole town. Many people who were being oppressed and hunted in the town all went to the Blood Demon Restaurant to take refuge. Therefore, the business of the Blood Demon Restaurant was booming. The spiritual stones they earned were also endless. This made Dragon Lady and the waiters of the restaurant laugh. They were unable to contain their joy. However, it was not without problems. Because the Blood Demon Restaurant had released this notice, quite a few people who were being hunted had entered the Blood Demon Restaurant to hide. This caused many enemies to linger around the Blood Demon Restaurant, eyeing it covetously like a tiger watching its prey. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty iceworm and fiery bird were watching the scene and suppressing them with their powerful cultivation. Otherwise, there would be trouble. The 3 leaders of the Blood Demon Church met to discuss how to deal with Xiao Yang and the others. Xiao Yang took the Blood Demon Restaurant from them, which was a huge blow to them. Not only was it a financial blow, but it was also a blow to their reputation. They were constantly thinking about revenge and reclaiming their reputation, but they had never found a chance. This time, when they saw that the human sect had come to pick a fight, they wanted to see both Xiao Yang and the human sect suffer and then reap the benefits. However, they were disappointed. The human sect did not dare to fight Xiao Yang head-on. They saw with their own eyes that the human sect offered millions of spiritual stones as compensation for their offense and provocation. From this, they could see that the human sect had compromised with Xiao Yang and the others. They also recognized Xiao Yang as their new master. The Blood Lord of the Blood Demon Church said, "Judging from the current situation, Venerable Xiao and the others are mysterious. We don't know what their background is, but looking at their strength, they should be from a big force." Chapter 880. Blood Lord frowned and looked at Kaiser Blood and read seriously. He continued to analyze. Let's not talk about their mysterious background. Venerable Xiao himself is not someone we can deal with. So, I suggest we don't do anything to harm Venerable Xiao. Let's wait and see. Or we can cooperate with Venerable Xiao first. The Blood Lord spoke loudly and looked at them calmly after he finished speaking. Reverend Hong was deep in thought. The scene of Xiao Yang fighting with Reverend Ren was still playing in his mind. Reverend Ren was extremely powerful and could be considered one of the top existences in the same cultivation level. However, he couldn't even withstand a single attack from Xiao Yang. He sighed and said, "Although we lost the Blood Demon Restaurant and suffered heavy losses, in this small town, losses and gains are commonplace. Now that Venerable Xiao is in the limelight, if this continues, someone will definitely make a move against them. Let's just wait and see for now." Kaiser Blood looked at them and knew what they were thinking. He said, "That's true, but we can't just do nothing. We can't just watch them grow. We have to do what we have to do. While Venerable Xiao and the others are rising, they will definitely offend more people. We have to take this opportunity to contact more people." Blood Lord and Red Lord's eyes shone brightly. They seemed to have figured something out. This involved a psychological level. Previously, the North Pole town had always been an internal battle between the 12 great sects. However, now that another force had risen, they might be able to unite and face the enemy together. All right. In short, we'll only be responsible for contacting and explaining the situation. We won't take the lead, Blood Lord said with a smile. They sent out messengers, and the first place they went to was the Mountain Sea sect. The Mountain Sea Inn, the most important place of the Mountain Sea sect, had been taken away by Xiao Yang and the others. The Mountain Sea sect must have hated Venerable Xiao and the others. Mountain Sea sects, Venerable Mountain and Venerable Ocean, also saw the scene of Xiao Yang defeating Venerable Rin. They had their own plans and returned to report to the Mountain Master. Just as the Blood Demon sect had expected, they had lost the Mountain Sea Inn and naturally wanted to get back at them. However, Venerable Xiao was too powerful and unpredictable, so they couldn't do anything for a long time. After discussing for a while, they also thought of joining forces. Just as they were deciding to cooperate with the Blood Demon Church, they saw the Blood Demon Church's emissary come to visit. The cooperation between the two great churches hit it off immediately. Outside the Blood Demon restaurant, the assassins and forces that had been loitering around finally lost their patience and decided to make a move against Xiaoyang and the others. They originally had no enmity with Xiaoyang, but the person they wanted to kill was hiding in the Blood Demon restaurant, and Xiaoyang refused to hand him over, causing the conflict between them to erupt. Dan Qinzi, get the hell out here. Don't think that we can't stick to you just because you're hiding in the Blood Demon restaurant. A loud shout came from outside the Blood Demon restaurant. It was the sword spirit of the three swordsmen. Dan Qinzi had gone to explore the ruins with them, and Dan Qinzi had gained a lot. The three swordsmen were jealous, and they wanted to kill Dan Qinzi and take his treasures for themselves. Dan Qinzi wasn't a fool. After he sensed the intentions of the three swordsmen, he fled frantically. He fled all the way to the North Pole town. When he heard about the notice from the Blood Demon restaurant, he didn't hesitate to hide in the restaurant. Dan Qinzi was sitting at the dining table of the Blood Demon restaurant. His divine sense was constantly probing the situation outside. When he heard Jian Lingzi's shout, his expression changed a little. He frowned and revealed a panicked expression. He was very nervous. Although the Blood Demon restaurant had once said that they would protect those who were being persecuted, if the person who came was too strong, the Blood Demon restaurant might not be able to fulfill their promise. If the Blood Demon restaurant couldn't withstand the pressure from the three swordsmen and wanted to hand him over, he wouldn't know what to do. There were many people who were watching the situation. There were dozens of people like Dan Qinzi who had taken refuge in the Blood Demon restaurant. They were all nervously watching the changes in the situation. If the Blood Demon restaurant couldn't withstand the pressure and handed Dan Qinzi over, the others would definitely be handed over. They had to plan for themselves. Other than the three swordsmen, there were many assassins and people from powerful organizations pacing back and forth outside the Blood Demon restaurant. These people were also watching the situation unfold. They wanted to see how the Blood Demon restaurant would respond. If the Blood Demon restaurant compromised with the three swordsmen, they would definitely demand Dan Qinzi forcefully. The sword spirit had been shouting for a long time, and his voice was a little hoarse. His expression was filled with anger. He snorted softly and pointed his spear directly at the Blood Demon restaurant. He shouted at the Blood Demon restaurant, "The three swordsmen are here to find someone. We don't want to cause trouble. Unrelated people, please step aside." Then he took the lead and walked towards the Blood Demon restaurant. There were two companions beside him. The three swordsmen were powerful 9th level martial arts grandmasters. They also cultivated joint attack techniques. Once they joined forces, their combat power surpassed that of a 9th level martial arts grandmaster and was comparable to Wu Zun. Therefore, they were very famous and very powerful. The three swordsmen slowly walked into the Blood Demon restaurant. Those who knew them naturally didn't dare to block their way. "Stop right there." The dragon lady walked out angrily and glared fiercely at them. She said unhappily, "Dear guests, are you here to stay or to cause trouble?" As the person in charge of the Blood Demon restaurant, she naturally couldn't just stand by and watch others cause trouble here. "Step aside." The sword spirit stretched out his hand, wanting to push the dragon lady away. The three swordsmen have always acted independently. I advise you to be sensible and don't provoke us. We just want to find Dan Qinzi. Jian Muzi said coldly. They didn't want to fight with Xiaoyang and the others. They were also afraid of Xiaoyang and the others. After all, people who could establish businesses in the North Pole town were extraordinary. However, the dragon lady didn't step aside. She directly unleashed her 8th level martial arts grandmaster cultivation and said coldly, "You want to fight? Have you asked for my permission?" Her aura soared into the sky as she stared coldly at the three swordsmen. As her cultivation erupted, the flamingo also moved. It came to the dragon lady's side and cooed, staring at the three swordsmen who had come with ill intentions. The dragon lady was expressionless as she said coldly, "If you're here to stay, we welcome you. If you're here to cause trouble, get out. Otherwise, you're destined to regret it for the rest of your lives." She was very firm and her tone was unyielding, giving people an unquestionable feeling. The notice that the Blood Demon restaurant had released naturally had to be carried out to the end. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any dignity or credibility to speak of. Anyone who wanted to provoke her would have to ask her fist for permission first. At this moment, Dan Chinzi walked over and cupped his fists at the dragon lady from a few steps away. He said, "Shopkeeper, I'm Dan Chinzi. I'm the person the three swordsmen are looking for." Chapter 881. The dragon lady raised her eyebrows and looked at Dan Chinzi in surprise. She didn't know what he wanted to do. The three swordsmen wanted to kill him, but he still came out to suffer? Jian Lingzi looked up and laughed proudly. He said proudly, "Dan Chinzi, you're finally willing to come out?" Jian Nuzi also sneered. "As long as you hand over the Dharma treasures that belong to us, we'll naturally let you go. If you don't go, even the Blood Demon restaurant won't be able to protect you." The three swordsmen were extremely arrogant. They obviously didn't take the dragon lady seriously. The dragon lady was so angry that she pouted and glared at Dan Chinzi. She blamed Dan Chinzi for being useless. She was trying her best to fulfill her promise and protect the people who were being persecuted. But this Dan Chinzi jumped out to die? Dan Chinzi ignored the three swordsmen. Instead, he looked at the dragon lady seriously and said slowly, "Shopkeeper, I'm very grateful for your protection. This is a small gift for you. I hope you don't mind." He took out a storage ring. There were many Dharma treasures, pills, cultivation techniques, and other cultivation resources inside. These cultivation resources were what he had obtained from the ruins. He gave almost half of his gains to the dragon lady. The three swordsmen saw this and were so angry that their faces turned green. They worked so hard to kill Dan Chinzi. Wasn't it to snatch these cultivation resources from Dan Chinzi's hands? Now, after working so hard for half a month, they had all benefited the dragon lady. It was so infuriating. "Dan Chinzi, do you know the consequences of doing this?" Jian Lingzi was so angry that his body was trembling. "Dan Chinzi, do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" Jian Nuzi and Jian Xiuzi roared angrily. Their eyes were red and bloodshot, and their expressions were ferocious, as if they wanted to eat someone. Dan Chinzi was unmoved. He maintained his posture of holding the storage ring with both hands. The dragon lady couldn't help but laugh. She smiled happily and charmingly. Then she took the storage ring from Dan Chinzi and smiled at the three people in front of her. "The three of you can get lost now. No matter who it is, as long as they're being persecuted. Once they enter the Blood Demon restaurant, they will be protected. It doesn't matter if you give them or not. Of course, if you give them, I won't be polite and accept them." The dragoness said to the onlookers. Among the onlookers, there are not only people from the inn, but also assassins from outside. "Dan Chinzi, thank you for your gift." Dragon lady chuckled and turned to leave. The angry three swordsmen felt very awkward at this moment. They didn't know whether to stay or leave. If he left just like that, wouldn't he lose face? He didn't have the guts to cause trouble. After thinking for a while, he could only roar at Dan Chinzi. "Dan Chinzi, if you have the ability, then don't come out for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." After throwing down these harsh words, the three swordsmen could only helplessly leave. Although they left the Blood Demon restaurant, they didn't go far. They stayed nearby. There were many assassins who wanted to enter the Blood Demon restaurant, and there were also many factions and organizations who coveted the Blood Demon restaurant's properties. The three musketeers originally wanted to find more assassins and factions to form an alliance, but before they could take action, someone came knocking on their door. It was the Mountain Sea sect and the Blood Demon sect. These two sects weren't willing to let Xiao Yang take away their properties. On the surface, they weren't Xiao Yang's match. so they could only secretly play some tricks. As a matter of fact, people like the Three Musketeers were their targets. Both sides began to secretly investigate. At night, Xiao Yang was still waiting in the Blood Demon restaurant. More than half a day had passed, but he still didn't see anyone from the human sect send the compensation. When he let Honorable Rin go, they had already agreed that he would send the remaining 1,000,000 spirit stones when he returned. Xiao Yang also gave him time. Now, it was already past the time limit, but there was still no movement from the human sect. It seemed that they didn't intend to give it to him. Xiao Yang couldn't help but frown. He snorted softly, and his face showed his displeasure. Lan Jia frowned and said softly, "Cousin, I think Honorable Ren wants to go back on his words. Do we really have to pay him a visit personally?" The dragon girl giggled and said, "Isn't that great? We have another reason to attack them." The flamingo also cooed and flapped its wings. It was very excited. The bloodthirsty ice silkworm flew up from time to time and circled around everyone. It was ready to make a move. Xiao Yang said calmly, "There are many bad people who want our properties. The Three Musketeers, assassins, and various organizations are outside. If we all make a move, they might take advantage of us. So, I'll go personally this time. You guys stay here and don't worry. If there's any movement, let me know." Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan pouted. They were a little unhappy, but they didn't refute. They knew the current situation. Now wasn't the time to be willful. Human sect's headquarters. This was a courtyard house, suitable for cultivation. There were many auxiliary cultivation formations set up in the courtyard house. Cultivating here was more than 10 times faster than outside. Even the cultivation valley couldn't compare. There were less than 5 people who could enter here. Only those who had made great contributions to the human sect and had an outstanding status could enter. Honorable Ren was one of them. After entering the courtyard house, he walked straight to the west courtyard. In the room, the human sect leader was sitting and drinking spiritual tea. Sect leader, Honorable Rin, cupped his fists and bowed. "You're back? Did you get it?" The human sect leader asked calmly. He was the one who ordered Honorable Rin to cause trouble for the Blood Demon restaurant. According to their previous discussion, the Blood Demon Church must have fought with Honorable Xiao since they gave up the Blood Demon restaurant. Both sides must have suffered different degrees of injuries. Now was the best time to take advantage of the situation or test the waters. He heard that the new owners of the Blood Demon restaurant were just a few inexperienced fellows. So, the human sect leader felt that it was the best time to take down the Blood Demon restaurant. Honorable Rin looked a little embarrassed. He could only report honestly, "Sect leader, we made a mistake. They have an expert. Wu Zun is at least stage 2. He has mastered a very powerful law. I'm no match for him." "That's nothing. I was just testing the waters." The human sect leader didn't care. He would be happy if he could take down the Blood Demon restaurant. But if he couldn't, it didn't matter. He didn't care, since he had said that those who knew what was good for them should leave. However, Honorable Rin didn't leave. He was still standing there. "Is there anything else?" the human sect leader asked. Honorable Rin could only say, "Honorable Xiao is too powerful. We fought and I lost. He was willing to let us go because he asked for 3,000,000 spiritual stones as compensation." He said it awkwardly. His expression was terrible. Chapter 882. After all, the human sect was one of the 12 great sects in the North Pole town. They had always been the ones to extort and threaten others. They did not expect to fall this time. The sect master of human sect was furious when he heard that. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. "What did you say?" He couldn't believe his ears and asked again in a heavy tone. The new owner of the Blood Demon restaurant had set his sights on them. How could they tolerate this? The supremacy of human sect was helpless. He frowned and said bitterly, "We still need to send over 1,000,000 spirit stones." Send. My ass. The sect master of human sect cursed loudly and glared at the supremacy of human sect. He could not take it lying down. Stay here obediently. I'd like to see if supremacy Shao has the guts to come over. The sect master of human sect shouted. That was not a good idea, was it? The supremacy of human sect raised his head slightly and looked at the sect master of human sect. Seeing the sect master's ugly expression, the supremacy of human sect did not dare to say that out loud. He could only listen obediently and say yes. He responded and stood quietly at the side, not daring to move. Not long after, a loud shout came from outside the courtyard. Supremacy of human sect, where are my spirit stones? It was Xiaoyang who had personally come to ask for the spirit stones. This was originally an agreement. A dignified supremacy of human sect would not go back on his word. Humph, you're just in time. The sect master of human sect snorted coldly and stood up from his seat. He then walked out of the room and came to the front yard. He looked at Xiaoyang, who was in midair. You're the new owner of the Blood Demon Restaurant and the Mountain Sea Inn? His expression was arrogant and conceit was written all over his face. His eyes were filled with disdain. As the sect master of human sect and one of the 12 sect masters of the North Pole town, he looked down on Xiaoyang. Who are you? Xiaoyang glanced at the sect master of human sect and asked coldly. He came here to ask for spirit stones from the Venerable One. As for those unrelated to him, he did not care at all. Human sect's sect master harumphed coldly and said coldly, I'm looking for you. Hurry up and hand over the 2 million spiritual stones you took from Sovereign Rin and the Blood Demon Restaurant as compensation. Otherwise, I'll let you know how to write the word death. His words were full of arrogance as he ordered Xiaoyang. His tone was unquestionable. Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows. He knew who this old man was. He was the sect master of the human sect, the elder brother of Honorable Rin. Judging from the human sect leader's words, it seemed like the other party was not willing to compensate him. Instead, he wanted the inn and the spirit stones from him. Sure, just reach out and take it. I'll give you as much as you want. Xiaoyang landed in the courtyard slowly. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, looking at the human sect master calmly. Previously, he had let the human sovereign go because of the human sect. However, he had not expected the human sect leader to be so shameless. In that case, there was no need for him to give him any face. How dare you talk to me like that? The human sect master was enraged. Wu Zun's terrifying stage 2 cultivation level was released. His aura soared into the sky, and he was extremely domineering. His cultivation level was the reason why he was so proud. As long as he had sufficient strength, he could be arrogant and conceited. He activated his cultivation level and slapped Xiaoyang, condensing a huge golden palm print. The golden palm print contained boundless power. When it streaked across the sky rumbled and the space distorted. Xiaoyang chuckled and did not take it to heart. At his level, he activated his defense law with just a thought, and his cultivation level activated. As the defense law was activated, the area within 100 feet of Xiaoyang was protected. When the other party's golden palm print was within 100 feet of Xiaoyang, it immediately collapsed. This is the defense law? The human sect master was a little shocked. He saw that Xiaoyang was more familiar with the defense law than he was. You're also a stage 2 powerhouse like Wu Zun? He had a surprised expression. In the North Pole town, there were only a total of 12 stage 2 powerhouses like Wu Zun. He did not expect there to be another one now. That was why the situation had changed. It was no wonder that Xiaoyang had dared to snatch the Blood Demon Restaurant and the Mountain Sea Inn. With his strength, he could take charge of a region in the North Pole town. However, he had still underestimated Xiaoyang's strength. Xiaoyang's current physical body was comparable to Wu Zun's stage 3. Moreover, He had his cultivation level. He could even dominate the entire North Pole town. However, Dragon Lady, Gu Qianshan, Lan Jiaoye, and the others were still lacking in management skills. He could only give them more training. I'm more powerful than you think. Hand over the human supremacy. I'm not looking for you, Xiaoyang said indifferently with his hands behind his back. How arrogant. The human sect master was indignant. In his opinion, even if Xiaoyang was Wu Zun stage 2, so what? He was still a powerhouse of the same level. Even in the same level, there were different levels. I'll show you my sect's power of law. The power law, the attack law. As the human sect master roared, a majestic force descended from the void. The power seemed to have turned into a torrent that instantly crushed Xiaoyang. Do you think you're worthy of fighting with me? Xiaoyang sneered. He closed his eyes, and his will moved accordingly. In that instant, he triggered the laws of strength and the laws of attack. In this world, the power of law was the only one. When different people wanted to use this power, it would depend on who was more skilled. As Xiaoyang attacked, the majestic power that was originally crushing down from the void suddenly changed. It turned around and covered the human sect master. The human sect master's expression changed drastically. He was in disbelief. He quickly came back to his senses and punished the defense law, using the defense law to block the attack. However, he was still not strong enough and was beaten up. The terrifying power that was surging like a tide acted on his body, causing him to be unable to control the defense law steadily. His entire body was hit by the huge power. It was as if he had been hit by a heavy mountain. He groaned and was instantly sent flying. Fortunately, he had used the defense law to block most of the power. Otherwise, he would have exploded from the attack. Xiaoyang blinked and curled his lips. There was disdain in his eyes. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the human sect master in an instant. He looked down at the human sect master condescendingly. It's not wrong for you to be defeated by me. Now, do you want to live or die? He slowly raised his hand and condensed the power of his cultivation in his hand. He planned to smash the human sect master's head with a slap. Stop! Just as Xiaoyang was about to kill, a figure ran out of the courtyard house. It was human supremacy. Initially, human supremacy did not want to come out. Firstly, he felt guilty toward Xiaoyang. He was too ashamed to face him because he had betrayed him. Secondly, he hoped that the human sect master could kill Xiaoyang so that they would be even. However, he did not expect Xiaoyang to be so powerful that even the sect master was no match for him. Seeing that Xiaoyang was about to kill his sect master, he had no choice but to run out to stop him. His face was filled with anxiety. Chapter 883. Xiaoyang did not even look at him. He did not even turn around and pretended that he did not exist. I'll deal with you later. After saying that, Xiaoyang turned his attention to the sect master of human sect again. Hey, have you made up your mind? The cultivation power that he gathered in his palm was enough to destroy a small town. The sect master of human sect looked terrible. He rolled his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Then I'll help you make a decision. Xiaoyang could not be bothered to wait for his decision. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm down. A huge tearing force and destructive force acted on the sect master of human sect. He wanted to destroy the sect master of human sect completely. No. When the human supremacy saw what was happening, he panicked. He could not help but yell out loud. He quickly ran toward Xiaoyang and the sect master of human sect. However, before he could get close to Xiaoyang, he was immediately sent flying by a strong rebounding force. He flew more than 10 feet away and landed on the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sect master. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with sorrow as he looked at the sect master of human sect with tears in his eyes. Xiaoyang's palm was only an inch away from the sect master of human sect. If he pressed down any further, the sect master of human sect would instantly turn into a bloody mist. However, Xiaoyang did not press his palm down. It was very simple, because the sect master of human sect had compromised, begged for mercy, and surrendered under the threat of death. Don't kill me. I'm willing to lead the entire sect to be loyal to you. Without needing Xiaoyang to do anything else, he directly used his cultivation power to force out the soul blood and sent it to Xiaoyang. He gulped and his face turned pale. He was afraid that Xiaoyang would not agree. He blinked and looked at Xiaoyang pitifully. If he had known from the beginning that Xiaoyang was so powerful, he definitely would not have provoked Xiaoyang. Not to mention 1,000,000 spirit stones. Even if it was 10 million spirit stones, he would still be willing to pay. Soul blood was equivalent to a person's life. He originally didn't want to hand it over and only wanted to compensate with some cultivation resources. However, he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. He was intimidated by Xiaoyang's intense killing intent. He could only grit his teeth and hand over his soul blood. It was this decisive and brave action that saved his life. Xiaoyang chuckled and stared at the drop of soul blood in a daze. He had thought that the sect leader of human sect would be unyielding until the end and that he would be known as a brave man. He had not expected him to submit just like that. It was not shameful. In this chaotic Arctic town, success and failure were common. At least you know your place. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. Then he withdrew the power of cultivation from his palm and took the soul blood. Controlling the other party's soul blood was equivalent to controlling the other party's life. The human sect master's loyalty was equivalent to controlling the human sect. The human sect had become one of the 12 great religions in the Arctic town. They did not lack venues, industries, cultivation resources, and manpower. After dealing with the human sect master, Xiaoyang looked at the human venerable one again. He could tell at a glance that it was not that the human venerable one did not want to hand over the ransom. It was just that he was restrained by the human sect master. Judging from how the human venerable one had risked his life to rush over just now, it was obvious that he had some redeeming qualities. Tell me, how do you want to settle this? Xiaoyang looked at the human venerable one casually. He raised his head slightly and looked arrogant. The human venerable one heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the human sect master was not dead. When he heard Xiaoyang's question, he came back to his senses and blushed. He tried to fight for himself and said, "I was about to give you 1,000,000 spirit stones. Since you're here, just take it." He wanted to use 1,000,000 spirit stones to send Xiaoyang away. Xiaoyang sneered. The human venerable one was sending a beggar away. How could he be willing to do that? Moreover, he had to go there personally and even start a war with the human sect master. It was not worth it just for 1,000,000 spirit stones. Xiaoyang shook his head and said slowly, "You've offended me too many times. Submit or die." He wanted to take in more talents. After conquering 2 territories in the Arctic town, he realized that he did not have enough manpower. Now, only the dragoness, Lan Jiaoye, and the others were managing the businesses. However, their cultivation levels were not high enough, and their management skills were not outstanding. They could not take charge of a place on their own. Only people like the human venerable one and the human sect master were intimidating enough so that others would not easily find trouble with them. In the future, Xiaoyang would gain more and more territories, and he would need more manpower. Lan Jiaoye and the others were not enough. The human venerable one's expression was conflicted. He looked helpless and sorrowful. If he had a choice, who would be willing to give his life to someone else? However, he had no choice now. The human sect master looked at the human venerable one and then at Xiaoyang. He begged, "Master, please spare him on account of my loyalty." Xiaoyang frowned. He thought about it and said, "Who do you think you are? Do I need to give you face? Your loyalty has already been exchanged for your life. Naturally, I won't give you face. Human Venerable One, if you don't choose, I will choose for you. Xiaoyang said coldly. He instantly released his powerful cultivation aura, causing the Human Venerable One's expression to change. Under that powerful pressure, he almost couldn't control himself and knelt down. Okay, I submit. Sect Master has already pledged his loyalty. What's the point of keeping me? The Human Venerable One saw that Xiaoyang was serious and hurriedly shouted. He had been with the human sex sect master for many years and had a brotherly relationship. He owed the human sex sect master this. Xiaoyang blinked and took the soul blood from the Human Venerable One. He heaved a sigh of relief. This trip had not been in vain. He had subdued 2 powerful experts and given them a great sect. Now, I will give you the first order. Send the human sex experts to guard the Mountain Sea Inn and Blood Demon Restaurant. Of course, the members will be rewarded. Human sex sect master, you will continue to manage the human sect. Human Venerable One, you will guard the Blood Demon Restaurant. Xiaoyang was in high spirits. He finally had powerful experts under him. Yes, master. Human Venerable One and the human sex sect master received the order. Xiaoyang left the courtyard and returned to the Blood Demon Restaurant. Human Venerable One followed behind him with a look of reluctance. The human sex sect master had already sent a message for more than 10 8th and 9th level martial arts grandmasters to guard the 2 territories. At the Blood Demon Restaurant, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and the Dragon Girl were seated. Their delicate faces were filled with worry. It had been a few hours since Xiaoyang had left. Xiaoyang was their backbone. Without Xiaoyang, they didn't know what to do. Why don't you guys guard the place? I will go check out the situation. Waiting like this is not a solution. Lan Jiaoye was an impatient person. She couldn't sit still anymore. She shouted and walked out. Chapter 884. I'll go too. Gu Qianqian furrowed her delicate brows and spoke softly. She was also worried about Xiaoyang. She felt uncomfortable not being able to see Xiaoyang for even a moment. Long Nu also wanted to check on the situation, but since the 2 girls had left, she naturally couldn't leave. She had to stay in the center. Just as the 2 women were about to walk out of the door, they saw Xiaoyang return with a lot of people. These people had powerful cultivations. Among them was Wu Zun, Honorable Human, and more than 10 8th or 9th level martial ancestor realm cultivators. They were half of the human sex, top forces. Cousin, you're back. Big brother Xiaoyang. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were very happy to see Xiaoyang return. Joy was written all over their faces. They happily walked to Xiaoyang's side and supported Xiaoyang's beast. Xiaoyang looked at them dotingly and said, "You guys!" He helplessly shook his head. Lan Jiaoye immediately noticed Honorable Human at the side and couldn't help but raise her brows. She coldly snorted and said unhappily, "Hey, you, why are you still here? Are you looking for death?" Gu Qianqian also angrily stared at him. They didn't have a good impression of Honorable Human, who asked him to bring the human sect members here to cause trouble. Honorable Human felt very wronged at this moment. He could only look at Xiaoyang with a wronged expression, hoping that Xiaoyang would say a few words for him. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "All right, we're all on the same side. From now on, Honorable Human is also one of us. If anyone comes to cause trouble, just call them Honorable Human." Honorable Human's face turned green when he heard this. This was completely treating him as a hired thug. In any case, he had management skills, okay? Greetings to the 2 fairies. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. Honorable Human quickly expressed his stance. He had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Wow, so good. Good. This is good. Lan Jiaoye's face was full of smiles. She couldn't contain her joy and even circled around revered Senior Rin. She then turned to Xiaoyang and said, "Cousin, why don't you let them stand guard at the Mountain Sea Inn? In any case, we don't need anyone here for the time being." Inside the restaurant, Dragoness had already heard Xiao Yang's voice and quickly came out to listen to Lan Jiaoya's suggestion. She hurriedly objected, saying, "No, they have to stay in the Blood Demon restaurant. It's been a tumultuous period recently. Only with them here can we be at peace." Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Sovereign Rin and the others were all experts. With them around, not many people would dare to cause trouble. Dragoness naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. "Ah, you're just a servant girl, yet you want to wrestle with a doctor like me?" Lan Jiaoya was not happy. She put her hands on her hips and angrily glared at Dragon Girl like a shrew. Just as they were arguing, a group of people walked over in a grandiose manner. The people in the lead were the 3 swordsmen. The others were a mix of fish and dragons. There were people from various large organizations and assassins. Lan Jiaoya and Dragoness immediately shut their mouths and looked at the majestic 3 swordsmen. Xiao Yang, revered Senior Rin, and the others also turned to look. "Revered Xiao, right? I'm Jian Lingzi. I don't want to be your enemy. I just want to take Dan Qinzi away. As long as you don't interfere in our matters, I'll be eternally grateful." Jian Lingzi looked at Xiao Yang and the others and said arrogantly, "Last time, the 3 swordsmen had entered the Blood Demon restaurant to ask for Dan Qinzi, but they were chased out. This time, they were anxious to see how Xiao Yang could be unyielding with more helpers. They were very proficient in the art of relying on others to intimidate others. The 3 swordsmen were very clear that many people were dissatisfied with the Blood Demon restaurant, including the Mountain Sea sect and the Blood Demon sect. Among the people behind them, there were many people from these 2 sections. This was the source of their confidence. "Dan Qinzi, this time, revered Xiao will definitely not protect you. Why don't you get out here?" Jian Lingzi shouted at the Blood Demon restaurant. When Dan Qinzi, who was staying in the restaurant, heard the voice, he hurriedly went to the window to take a look. When he saw the 3 swordsmen and the others, he was shocked. His face turned pale and he was terrified. "Hey, you 3. We let you go last time when you came to cause trouble. Why are you still recklessly coming here this time? Are you courting death?" Dragoness frowned and glared at them angrily. Jian Lingzi immediately said with a cold face, "I'm telling you, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave. Otherwise, we won't be polite." "That's right. The Blood Demon restaurant must hand him over." Many of the assassins and mercenaries shouted along with him. They all had missions, such as killing someone or robbing someone of their treasures. However, these targets were all hiding in the Blood Demon restaurant, making it impossible for them to make a move. Therefore, they transferred their resentment to the Blood Demon restaurant. This was why they were able to unite. "Noisy!" Xiao Yang coldly snorted and released the aura of his cultivation. A powerful aura enveloped the entire place, and the pressure crushed the earth. Everyone instantly felt a great pressure, especially the 3 swordsmen who bore the brunt of it. In an instant, they felt as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. They couldn't breathe under the pressure. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. They knew that revered Xiao was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. The 3 swordsmen could fight against Wu Zun even if they joined forces. This was the reason why they dared to be arrogant and domineering. However, they suddenly realized that even if 100 of them joined forces, they might not be a match for Xiao Yang. Therefore, they were terrified and didn't speak so loudly. It was as if they were discouraged. "You, revered Xiao, even if your martial strength is outstanding, you can't be unreasonable." The 3 swordsmen hurriedly changed their point of attack. They were prepared to stand on the moral high ground and denounce Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang said domineeringly, "I am the greatest reason. No matter who it is, even if it's you, if one day you are persecuted or humiliated, you can also come in to take refuge. This is the original intention of the Blood Demon restaurant, to treat everyone equally." This kid made the 3 swordsmen and the others speechless. Seeing the change in the situation, The Blood Demon Master knew that they wouldn't be able to make a fuss if this continued. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, let's rush in together. Take revenge and complain. I don't believe that revered Shao can kill us. Let's go." After the Blood Demon Master roared, he immediately released his power and secretly pushed the 3 swordsmen into the Blood Demon restaurant. Everyone moved as soon as they heard the news. Seeing that the 3 swordsmen were the first to rush in, they naturally followed. The 3 swordsmen's faces changed greatly, and they turned pale. They knew that they had been sold. The person who contacted them before was the Blood Demon Master, who was from the Blood Demon Church. The Blood Demon Church was using the 3 swordsmen as weapons.